Hi, Zizaran here with another video, and this is going to be a long one. If you're not familiar with my Everything Explained, they go from anywhere from 4 to 7 hours, and they are a full playthrough of the campaign. And this one I'm planning to stop around Act 8, Act 9, because past then it's going to be a lot of re-leveling on the same zone to gain power, and I'll explain that towards the end. But this is kind of similar to Bob Ross, where you paint along, so this is great for new players, and it's not something you sit there and watch and then play. You generally play along at the same time. So just assuming that you are a new player and you are playing for the first time, etc. So I am going to be using a third-party program called Path of Building. And this is a collab guide that I'm making with Subtractim, another creator who's really good. And yeah, we do have videos for how Path of Building works and stuff if you are not familiar with it. But pretty simple to install, and then there'll be a link in the description down below that you import here. Click import, and then you should have what I'm seeing. And don't worry about the green button that says about converting. It is already made for the current league, which is Affliction. But yeah, so I'm going to try to play a lot slower than normal. It'll probably be still at a speed that you're not able to keep up with. But you can like pause the video, skip ahead where you need to, and tailor the video to your own demands. And I'll try to explain every single thing I can think of as it appears. I will under-explain some things on purpose, because endgame exceptions aren't very important early. So I might say something isn't possible, but that's just to make it easier to learn. And then yeah. Everything's going to be very step-by-step, and you'll be able to see exactly where we're assigning skill points, and I'll try to explain why for as much as possible. But do remember that I am not a new player, so these things are always a little hard, because sometimes you take things for granted, and you don't know that you're taking them for granted. But yeah, so we'll be looking at like the tree and the skills, particularly for what we're going to be using. Now, we'll go into Path of Exile. Oh, and it is worth mentioning as well, this is not something that's like short enough for us to realistically edit. So if I take a break or anything like that, you can skip past it as a VOD watcher. And there'll be no music playing, so you can listen to your own music as well if you're watching in the VOD. You have a lot of freedom there. But yeah, that is what we're going for today. If it was shorter, we could edit it. So you log into your account. Some of you might have it on Steam. And then you click create a character. Now, depending on when you're creating a character, it might be after Affliction has started. And Affliction is a temporary league, so they last anywhere from 3 to 4 months. So when that league or season, if you're a Diablo player, when that season or league is finished, it'll basically be migrated into standard. So all of my previous characters that I've played in leagues, etc., in seasons before are now in either hardcore or standard if they have been slain. So it's unlike Diablo, when you die in hardcore, you don't lose the character. It gets transferred to what we call perma-standard. And this like never resets. So I am going to create the character on standard, and we'll go soul self-found just so I have a less messed up stash. I'm going to be doing exactly a pure start, as if I had nothing. Right. So we are going to choose the Templar class. There are a lot of different classes in Path of Exile, and it's very unlike a lot of different games where your skills and abilities are tied to the class you're playing. In this, nothing is tied except for your subclasses. We call them ascendancies. And Templar has Guardian, Inquisitor, and Hierophant. And we are going a Guardian on this one. So that is the plan for today. Right there. So, Zizaran, E. Call it something. There. So, before we do anything, well, first you click once on your screen so your Templar stands up. Then we're going to do default attack and put that on mouse button, right mouse button. Now, the reason I do that is if you have auto attack on mouse button 1, you'll accidentally attack monsters and get stuck on them. That's pretty bad. And we're going to skip all tutorials because I'm your tutorial now. Driftwood Scepter, we're going to pick that up. And I for inventory to open. C for character panel. They are like the main things we're going to be looking at in opening. So familiarize yourself with that a little bit. I'm going to move some things around here. You might as well pick up those habits early. Now, for settings and things like that, there is a thing called a filter. You can go to filterblade.xyz. and download something called a NeverSync basic filter. And it's very self-explanatory on how to download it. And then you click on open file filter file folder and you put it there. Literally in the folder that this automatically opens for you. And then you'll see something like NeverSync's filter. I do make my own, but that's just, I want to have different audio notifications from my viewers so that they don't think it's their drops. So I generally have different volume than most people. So that's why I have my own filter. Other settings, generally you can copy anything you see here because it's a little hard for me to remember what the default is. But here, there are some important ones we want. We can turn on enable quest tracking for new player. That doesn't hurt. We can have that on so I can see better what you guys see. Let's see. I turn off mouse wheel zoom, show corner map, auto center map, and landscape transparency to the left, map transparency to the right. That gives you this like clean look. It's all about efficiency for me, and I really want to just see where I'm going easily. Other than that, I think it is just always show sockets. These are all enabled. Show life and mana levels. And then these three. They're like the most important ones. Oh, and always highlight should be on. And if you accidentally click that off, it's Z is the hotkey for that. It's basically showing or hiding items. So they are the main settings I can think of. You can change your cursor color as well if you struggle like losing your cursor sometimes. But yeah, let's begin. Everything should look like that. We have no skills or anything right now, and we have default stack on mouse button 1. And there will be a large amount of explaining early, and later on I'm going to be playing pretty fast, and there's no reason to re-explain things. But yeah, we're going to click on the Dying Exile, and then we have to kill a hungry corpse that now eats your friend, and we pick up Glacial Hammer. And this is how skill gems work in Path of Exile. They are actually things you find, and you socket them in gear. So you can see here that we have a scepter and has a red socket and a blue socket. And these are linked. They actually could be unlinked. And then what we're about to do with this chest would not work. And this is a support gem. So they alter how gems work. So now my Glacial Hammer has a bigger chance to freeze things and ignite and shock. But it's a cold gem and we're mostly focusing on the freeze part. And the proliferation means that it'll spread to nearby things. Now, a good habit that I might as well explain early, just so you at least have this in the back of your mind, is you can see that movement is king in Path of Exile, more than any other video game, really. So this is the #1 thing that'll be hard for you as a new player, but that's like a rough idea that if you're moving, enemies really struggle in Path of Exile. So you'll very often see like endgame players just running circles around bosses, and yeah. We do have a lot of jokes about every league is a circle league. Now you can see my character's out of mana. You could either use your mouse to hit the potion or ideally 3 on the keyboard to fill up your mana. And you get charges by killing enemies, leveling up, and there are late game things that can add charges as well. We're going to go ahead and pick out everything that drops. Could get things like boots, etc. That might be nice. But again, obviously I will just explain everything that happens for me. And most things that'll happen for you will be explained. But then I'm going to go into town. And if you're close to League Star, you'll see a myriad of other people. Now, if any of you are coming over from Lost Ark or Diablo, etc., in some of those games, you need to talk to people to get quests. In this game, you don't. We only need to talk to them to actually like purchase items or sell things, which we are going to be selling things right now. And we can look at the vendor and look at like different things. And early on you can actually get very good items for sale. So there's no quest until Act 3 that you actually need to pick up. Now, if you're following the guide, you can see that we do need rolling magma. So we are going to be picking that up here, and we're going to look and see if there are any scepters that we can buy that are good. So none of these have anything good on them. And it's here is the search thing. I'm very used to just Control F to activate it, but you can click on it too. Now, you can see that there are loads of different items in Path of Exile. We have a helmet slot, a chest slot. We sadly have no pants, but we have gloves, boots, 2 rings, an amulet, a belt, and a weapon and a shield slot, or you can dual wield weapons. So, yeah, we have lots of different things there. We do have 2 scepters, so we don't need to buy anything. And If you do see a scepter that has blue, 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 and all linked, that is something we would want. So I'm probably going to buy this now. At least it does have 2 blues, even though we have not found a 3 blue. So first, let me explain how sockets and links work. So you can see here, these are actually, we'll need to buy that. I'll explain that in a second. But you can see here that these have 2 green and they're not linked. So let's say if we were playing a different build, there is a ranger skill called split arrow. We could use this on our build too if we used a bow. But let's say that we were linking split arrow to lesser multiple projectiles. It's pretty self-explanatory, right? It'll make our split arrow fire more projectiles than before. But since these don't have that link between them, they will not connect. And you can also see that things are connected in a few different ways. So if you see here, they light up when hovered over them. They wouldn't do that if there was no link here. And you can see down here, there is a letter on our gem, on our glacial hammer. That means that it's being activated as well. So there's a few different ways. And to know what works together, you can actually hover over it. And you can see on the left, it says supportable skills, glacial hammer. And right under the name itself, it actually says the tags: cold, fire, lightning, support, and area of effect. And since and these are both cold, so they can interact together. So we have like a lot of different ways to see if something works. So you only obviously need one of them. Now, the reason I want to buy these, movement speed is good. I will run faster, so I'm going to buy those. So I'm literally only buying those for the movement speed. It does have base defense evasion, which will make enemies hit you less. We can go into that more later. But yeah, then we're going to open up the sell window and we're going to sell pretty much everything that we picked up. I'll keep that. And I'm just going to use that. I'm not going to buy that scepter because we can't afford it anymore. And then you see that we got some transmutation shards. Transmutation shards is something you get when you sell unidentified items. We'll talk about rarities of items and stuff as we encounter them. And then if you're wondering how I put them into the window so fast, that was control and click. And it's shift click to split things into stacks. So transmutation shards, once you have 20, gets an orb of transmutation, and we'll cover that once we get one. Try to like, it's very heavily condensed early. We're gonna put in rolling magma. We can take our, we'll take our glacial hammer out because we don't need that anymore. So right now we're only using our rolling magma. And what we want to do, and we want to do this on every single skill except one called dash. I don't think we're using this build, but we want to have always attack without moving. This is the same as shift clicking for those of you who are familiar with other games that have that, where it makes your character stand still as you're attacking, so you're not running towards them. Now, generally, we do just run through this zone. You can like click on chests, etc. But generally, we just do run through the first zone. However, actually not bad to kill things here because the next zone is quite dangerous. But we'll just go through and like run through this mostly. You'll also notice that I will like pick on big packs because then I'll like get more for my time. Like now I'm, instead of hitting one monster, I'm hitting like a group of 6 or 7. This is very early to get this. I usually don't get this until like 3. But you know what? While we're walking, we might as well explain it, or have a chance. It is very early to get one, though. It upgrades a normal item to a random rarity. So the rarities in Path of Exile is magic or blue, and we use that interchangeably. Yellow or rare, and orange or unique are the rarities. There are no set items in Path of Exile, really. And then there are different affixes on items. So we do have an item with an affix here I can use to explain it with. So if you look at this item, and holding Alt will give you a lot of information in Path of Exile. This explains to you that's a prefix, but you can already see that because the runner, which is the affix, will be before the name. And then we can use a different orb later to add an affix, and that would be after the name, or add a suffix, sorry. So a blue item can have 1 prefix and 1 suffix. It can't have 2 prefixes and 2 suffixes. And a rare item can have 3 prefixes and 3 suffixes. And that is like the how crafting and stuff will work later. On the right, you'll see your gems appear and you can level them. So the support gem, leveling that isn't super important and won't make a big difference. However, we have chosen Rolling Magma, and this is what is a spell gem, and spell gems are always scaling based on level. So the gem I referenced earlier, Split Arrow, is an attack gem, and that is based more on your actual weapon that you're using. So right now, you can see that there are loads of stats on the weapon, like crit chance, physical damage, etc. But the only thing that I'm getting from this Driftwood Scepter is actually the elemental damage right now. Whereas if I was using Glacial Hammer, then I would actually be gaining something from the physical damage. Now, there are upsides and downsides to this. They're just differently scaled. And the way this works is I will get a large benefit, roughly 15% more damage every time I level the gem. And a really, really good thing with that is I can like stay in a zone and over level to gain power. Whereas a attack based build would actually need to understand crafting. It would need to understand a little bit more about how the gem scales. So it can be a little bit rougher for new players. So most of the time I will recommend a build that scales in the way this one is for new players. Now, if I hold control while walking into the coast here, you can see that it opens a new panel, and I can choose to go back to the previous instance I was or make a new one. So this is like old games would have that you can relog to reset the monsters. In this, you can just hold control. Right. Now we're going to take a damage and mana here, and I'm holding control down while assigning it so that it doesn't prompt me. Like, are you sure you want to assign this? Speeds it up a little bit. This is arguably the hardest zone in the game because you have nothing in this zone. So you're very weak, and these monsters are very strong. So you'll even see like professional players that have over 20,000 hours in the game die in this zone. And especially easy for new players because if you click that row as the quest, while there's rows around it, you're buffing all the enemies, making them faster and stronger. And it's very easy for them to chain lock them. So a good tip is to kill all the rows before clicking it. And also just move out of the way when they're charging you. But it might be a little bit hard, especially if you're a bit slower. I'm getting on in years, so things are getting harder. So now you see that there's some blue monsters here, coupled with the white monsters in front of them. If I hover over them, you can see that they give extra cold damage and exposure. The exposure I don't want to go into too much, but it's basically you will take more cold damage. But killing the monsters, these have a bigger chance for good items, and they give a lot more XP. It's roughly one blue monster is the same as killing a white monster, but 3 times. And a rare monster, which we'll encounter later, will be the same as killing a white monster 5 times. Now, if I go back to my inventory, I did find a chain belt. We're going to slap that on, and you can see that I get energy shield. Now, this is basically blue life. It does behave slightly differently, and it does not regenerate in the same way. Like, you can get life regen, but we also have the flasks that you might have been using already, maybe on Hillock. And this will just recharge after a little bit of time. Other than that, like 1 point of energy shield is the same as 1 point of life. But you can see now that I haven't taken damage for a few seconds, it'll start recharging on its own. So it can be really, really nice for leveling. And generally, a little tip for these nests is they're all connected by water. You're struggling to find them. And yeah, I always feel bad everything explained early because it's such an information overload. But there's just a lot to learn in this game. There's just a lot to learn in this game. The fact that it's 7 hours, so we're already watching, it's crazy. Right, we found a medium life loss, so now you can see that this is something that actually upgrades throughout the game and you will get higher versions. So we can put that in here. I'm probably not going to bother with the old one anymore. You obviously can keep it until you get more flasks, but I'm not going to need more than what I currently have. You can see that it did not currently fill up either, so it does start empty. And I'm always just going to be upgrading my gems. I'm not going to mention that in the future. There are sometimes reasons to not upgrade gems, and I'll mention that if we do that on this build. I just can't remember. I'll try to like limit things as much as possible to what we're actually doing. There's a unique monster, which is pretty scary. If that attacks you, just start running. Just start running. It will kill you. It's very rude. So we're going to click the thing on the wall there once you have all the 3 quest objects, and then I'll update the submerged passage. Now this unlocks the waypoint system in Path of Exile. which we already had in the coast, but I forgot to explain it. And you can teleport between these. You can also hold control while entering to make a new zone. And you can go back to town. And it's free to use. It doesn't cost anything like wisdom scrolls or anything. We're going to go back to the coast now. We're not going back to town. We're going to go kill an enemy in this zone. We're going to go back to the skill tree, and our guide tells us that this is what we're taking. We will be taking minion damage early as well, even though we aren't scaling minion damage until a little bit later. But we're not really going to have any damage issues. I wouldn't worry too much about that. There is an alternative for a little bit more experienced player. You could try leveling with Summon Raging Spirits, but this should be a little bit stronger because SRS struggles a little bit with damage until we get our Ascension early on. And this is very, very similar to what I'm going to be league starting. But I'm going a new experimental build that hasn't existed until this league. So I can't even try it right now. And I don't know if that's good. So we're recommending you a very safe league starter. That is something that already exists. And we can show you now. And we know this is a strong build and a strong starter. But I'll have a very, very similar start to this myself. So I will like branch off at around level 40. But if you find things like Gary, you can just like slap that in, and obviously it will give you slightly more defense. You'll notice like a lot of players, especially experienced ones, will refuse to wear a chest, and that's just because it slows you down with 3%. So it's not a big deal as a new player. And it might take you anywhere from 10 to 20 or 30 hours even to complete the campaign. So don't worry too much about your speed and stuff. Now, Hailrig is interesting. Not super important, but I love saying it every time. Hailrig has the only AI in the game that will try to predict where you're going. So if you're just running like this, he will always try to aim ahead of you. So it's actually very easy once you know that. But you can actually be pretty tricky as a new player. Actually does have the most advanced AI in the game. So we picked up the quest item that we do need to pick up. We can pick up the Twig Spirit Shield here. I can't remember if we needed a red, blue. But they are linked, so we might as well. Then I'm going to actually log out to character selection. At League Start, I do want to warn you, if you're logging out to the login screen, you will be put back in the queue. But character selection is usually pretty free, and we're just doing this to save a portal scroll so that we don't have to use that. Now I'm going to pick up a Quicksilver Flask, and you notice, I can't remember, I don't know if I talked to Ness or not, but either way, you really don't need to pick up any quest in Path of Exile. It's really nice. It'll always just like, think of every quest as always being active. You just need to do it. There is one exception to this in Act 3, though. Right, so we're going to pick up a Quicksilver Flask, and it's pretty self-explanatory. It will give you movement speed when used. There's none of these that we're picking up, so we're going to pick up Arcane Surge. We're going to be using that on our movement ability that we are about to get. So it is level 3, which is unfortunate. This is one of those that we do want at low levels. Let's see. We're going to sell items. We're going to sell all of these, and we'll keep that for now. But this is an interesting one. You can see here that this is a green, a red, and a blue linked. This sells for a chromatic orb. So this will actually let me change the colors of an item. And it is based on the stats. So an item with a lot of dexterity will be more likely to have green sockets. Strength will be more likely to have red sockets. And int will be more likely to have blue sockets. And we haven't really covered stats yet. So you can see here that we have stats. You do not gain any stats per level, but you do gain flat life per level. And you can hover over them to see what they do. But the only place of stats is on items, the skill tree, etc. We're going to continue taking the minion damage here. Let's see. There's nothing else we need here. Was there any gems we wanted? Let's see. We do want combustion. Do we get that already? No, we don't. I can't remember if we get combustion at all. Maybe we don't. Maybe only Witch gets combustion. Either way, I think there was something else we wanted. We want Holy Flame Totem. We're going to pick that up for a little bit extra damage. There are some like gem restrictions on things early on. We're going to grab the Holy Flame Totem, and we're going to grab Frostblink. Then we're going to go buy a Firewall Gem for a little bit extra damage, because we don't have that much early on. Base there, I guess. So now you can see that we don't have enough sockets. So, I mean, I can switch out the shield for now, and we can go see if there's anything else we can get. Any good scepters? I'd rather just get sockets on something else. Like a helmet. There's a chest here. Yeah. We'll just take the helmet for now. It just costs us our only 2 wisdom scrolls. Just want to get some blue sockets right now. So I'm going to have rolling magma linked to elemental proliferation. We might as well throw in holy flame totem there. And then we're going to put our helmet on. Sell this driftwood one that we're not going to be using. What else? We can put in flame wall. We can put in frost blink. Then arcane surge can sit in our inventory. We will at some point link frost blink to arcane surge. And when prompted to level Arcane Surge, if you right-click it, it will not level anymore. You will not be prompted to level it. It'll go down here instead. And this is nice because the way we're using Arcane Surge is just to proc with our movement ability, and we want it to cost as little mana as possible, which increases per level, which is why we don't want to level it. Oh yeah, we get combustion in lower prison. That's it. All right, now we're going to go back to Submerged. Oh, nice run. So now you can see that we have some new skills. I really like having Frostblink on spacebar. That's generally my moon ability. And then I like having single target related abilities on W. So I'm going to put my Holy Flame Totem on W and then Flame Wall on E. So I have Rebind. I think this is usually Q, but I don't like using Q a lot. So let's go over our new abilities. We have Holy Flame Totem. Just places a totem that will shoot fire. It helps us a little bit with damage, which we don't have a lot right now. We have a flame wall, and things that pass through the flame wall actually gain more damage, which is really nice. We see there is a unique monster here. This is nothing you have to kill for a quest, so most people would just skip this. But killing things like that, like can drop items, etc., which if you're a new player can obviously help a lot. And you can see that we're finding items, etc. as well. So I'm going to identify the rare scepter we got, and we're going to look through this and see if there's any items. Or sorry, any stats that we want. There's nothing on this. So we're looking for any elemental damage to spells. So it can give you fire, cold, or lightning to spells. And it will be specific. If it actually just says add 7 fire damage, that's actually to attacks, which is pretty hard for a new player. It's not really explained well in the game. That's why you have me. Increased physical damage, and this is also only by attacking. And then yeah, none of the stats here are useful. Technically the 5 life per enemy killed is useful, so I guess we might as well equip it. But once we get to a vendor, that's something I'd probably want to get rid of, because now this is an identified rare item, and that'll actually sell for something called alteration shards, which we're going to need a lot of. Now, I did find a Orb of Transmutation. This is something you could use on a white or normal item. Those are interchangeable. And it'll turn it blue or magic. And it can give it either 1 or 2 stats. Dead end there. We always want to pick up all the scrolls of wisdoms and portals that we find early. Now, a little bit of backtracking here just to make it less complicated. There, and you can see like I generally try to use all our abilities when I'm fighting monsters. I put down the Holy Flame Totem, I put down the Flame Wall, and then I use my Magma. And if you're finding it like hard to use multiple things, over leveling will get you to the point where, you know, next level the Holy Flame Totem will do quite a lot more damage, etc. Flame Wall's about to level. See that on the right here? The things will eventually be doing enough damage that you can only use those. Depends how much you want to overlevel, etc. Give you an idea. You see that when I'm using my Frostblink, our movement ability, it does leave behind like chilled ground, which will make the monsters like slightly slower, etc. And it does deal damage as well, which is nice for movement ability. Flame Wall leveled up. It does deal damage itself. Most people use it mostly because anything that goes through it gets a big fire damage buff. Now I picked up a shrine. You can see that it's a Ice Nova shrine. So I'm basically firing an Ice Nova every 0.3 seconds or something. And There I found a 3 blue chest. That's great because that is what the build guide says that we want. Because later we're going to have rolling magma with elemental proliferation and combustion. So that's a great find for us. And if you see one on the vendor, do buy it. It can be 3 blue on helmet, gloves, boots, etc. or your weapon. That's a cool thing about Path of Exile is that it doesn't need to be in your weapon. It doesn't really matter where the gems are. So you're rolling magma, LE prolif. Then later on, we'll have that combustion. Now I can do that thing I told you about earlier with Frostblink with Arcane Surge. We're not going to be leveling that Arcane Surge. I will try to periodically go through our links and setups and stuff so you have a rough idea of what we're doing. But what you're doing will also be slightly different than me. For the boss here, you can see that I am focusing a lot on like movement. If you find it hard, you could just focus on keeping the Holy Flame Totem down and the Firewall if you don't want to do Rolling Magma on top of that. Keeping those two is probably the most important. Rolling Magma is going to help with the damage though. You notice the Flame Wall doesn't last super long, so you will have to like recast that down. It does summon a lot of ads, etc. This is actually a side quest that we haven't picked up, I think, but the side quest that will give us a skill point. So I pick up as much as I can to fill up my inventory, and then we once again log out. We're just going to go back to the waypoint anyway. Then we're going to sell most of this stuff unidentified. If you found something, like especially with good socket colors, so if we look through the build guide, most of the things we're looking at is red and blue things. We do need a green and red, but we already have that on our gloves. But yeah, if we find good gloves, helmets, or boots, we're going to identify those. But these are all weapons that I'm not going to use. I will actually sell that for the alteration charge I mentioned earlier. So all those weapons, random chest, we already have our socket colors, which is our priority. So we're rendering that. I can show you identifying that and how that changes it. We'll keep this scepter because that's blue and it could have a good damage thing. Now, I will identify this. And now, I was actually never planning on wearing this, but you can see that this sells now for a bunch of different alteration shards. And soon we'll be able to explain alteration. We're going to identify this as well. It does have increased spell damage, so I will chuck that on. It is slightly better than the one I have. Then we're going to go Tart to Tarkly, and he will give us a skill point, which I will right-click, put it inside me, and boom. We get something called a notable. And I know I haven't showed up the full skill tree, but you can see it is very, very daunting, and this is why you want to follow a build guide in Path of Exile. And you can see that this has a different, as 12 elemental damage instead of the 10 of the other one, and that is an implicit. So that's not something you can really change. Now, we are going to be grabbing a few things. We're going to be grabbing Precision, Discipline, Training, and these down here. I'm going to go grab Discipline and Training first, just so we're closer to the damage. So these are called notables. You can see that these things, well, once they are travel nodes, and they will do anything like stats or small things like this one's 12% increased damage, 10 to max mana. These are slightly different. They are notables. They will have quite a lot more special stuff on them. And then we finally have an even bigger thing called keystones. And these are very, very build altering. So I'm going to keep leveling those. Now we can practice control clicking on the instance, because instead of backtracking through things we've already cleared, we might as well move through a fresh instance so we get a little bit more power. We're currently at level 7, which is already quite high for the area that we're in. We're in a level 5 zone, but power never hurt anyone. Oh, rare boots, that could be good. I pick those up. Anything magic and blue you generally want to pick up. You'll notice I very rarely go back to town specifically to vendor. I'm mostly focusing on actually progressing my character. As a new player though, you're so screwed on items and stuff like that, and you're so overloaded because it is a complicated game. So you will be taking so much more time anyway. I remember when I was a new player, I had 3 different gem tabs. So I had like stash tabs for red gems, green gems, and blue gems, and I picked up absolutely everything. So that's a very normal part of the process. Oh, there's a chrome item. That's what it looks like on the ground. So that's the red, green, and blue linked. Wait, is it actually over here to the right? My bad. Oh, it just looks weird. Right, so that's how we know the next where to go for the next zone is when you find this bridge. So there's actually quite a lot of like different tricks like that you can tell on the layout or or things that you're looking for to see where you're going. And I'll show in the next zone. There's another one like that. That crab's a little bit tanky. You'll find quite often I will leave tanky rares alone because they take a lot more time to kill than is actually worth. And realistically, they're not going to drop me anything good. And the number one things I'll focus on killing is actually blue monsters because they do die quite quickly. We're going to identify these boots. And we're mostly only hoping for movement speed. That's the number one thing most people will go for early. Life and resist are good, but frankly, not really that needed. Mostly care about movement speed. Not that needed early anyway. We will need it soon. We get the discipline and training, so we have quite a lot of good skill points already. Hello, Professor. I'm late. I'm sorry. Fine. Okay, dude. You can see that I will now focus on just like running through the monsters, being kind of fast and fluid. This is actually quite dangerous zone too. That I don't even really need to use Flame Wall as much now. And throw down a Holy Flame Totem. Gain Surge, so I will now right click it and you'll see that it'll appear down here. It'd be nice if it was level 1, but we can't do anything about that right now. Another medium life flask, might as well go ahead and upgrade. We do have an unidentified mana flask. I'm not going to bother identifying that because I only have one wisdom scroll. Maybe when I find a bit more later. Green, green, blue on a helmet. We're going to pass on that. Kill this blue pack. I will pretty much always kill blue monsters. Second wisdom scroll. This is an enemy totem and that'll buff the monsters near it. And chests and stuff are actually pretty decent to hit. I won't like go out of my way to click them, but if they're in my path and they're not going to slow me down, then it is worth it. They can drop good things. Right. A quick like progression tip or like how to see what direction you're going. And there are a lot of different things like this in Path of Exile. You can actually see these 3 pillars. They're like an arrow showing you where to go. So that's like, let's say that you had to take a break in this zone and you came back later. Those 3 pillars are showing you where to go. There's like a lot of neat things like that that you won't really find out as a new player unless somebody tells you. And there's like that for quite a lot of zones. 2,000 hours in, never knew that. There's quite a lot of those. And knowing layouts and stuff is not really important as a new player, but you'll notice like most experienced players will like as soon as they open the zone be running through to the exit. And that's because there's only like between 15 to 30 layouts per zone. So once you have a few thousand hours playing the game, you will know all of them. And at the start, you won't really know how to explain how you know. You'll just sort of like feel it. Like, I'm pretty sure I know this layout. You can't really explain what you're looking for or how it works. And then eventually you'll get good enough that you can actually explain it. Now, this is our holy god, 𝗢𝗙𝗃. I always kill him. Actually, I always skip him. But people will sometimes pray to him for good luck before killing bosses and stuff. We can kill him now just to see if we're blessed and we'll get some good gear. But yeah, normally most people will just skip this and run ahead. But killing uniques isn't a bad thing as a new player because they will have like a large like rarity and quantity bonus, and we'll just drop a lot more stuff than normal. Death to 𝗢𝗙𝗃. That is saying blasphemy. I always try to like group up monsters too. You don't want to sit there killing one monster all on its lonesome. But if I can kill like 15 at the same time, that's a lot more efficient. And this is the same as killing like 9 monsters. So really, really nice when they die fast. There will be some monsters, like obviously there's a wide variety of monsters in Path of Exile, but there's like golems and stuff that might be really tanky. Very often I will leave them. Now on the right here you see a dirty job optional. Search the mudbots for the entrance to the fetid pool. This is for respec points. There are very, very few respec points in Path of Exile early. I don't think we need any for this build. We'll see. I mean, I'm actually playing this for the first time in this particular way myself, so I'm learning alongside with you. I've actually not played the reworked Guardian. It had a large update. The last patch was called 𝗀𝗀 League. I have not tried the new Guardian stuff. Very excited for that. I've heard good things. Supposed to be broken strong for leveling and new players. There's a blacksmith whetstone. We'll explain that in a sec. And we might as well kill this boss. We do have so much damage right now as well. And that is actually because we've been over leveling. So a lot of people that are maybe you've already tried Path of Exile before on an attack based skill. Like a lot of people like bows when they're starting, and you might be feeling like, wow, I have so much more damage than what I had last time. That is because the build scales from levels. You'll see that like anything I want to kill right now, super beneficial with that. And if you were trying to level with summon raging spirits as well, that does have the same type of scaling, where it's all about the gem level. We have velvet slippers and our first ring. It's really, really good for that. And that's why we recommend things like this to new players. We don't want to like have people get stuck with like needing to craft items and being confused. Now we are going into the lower prison, and a lot of people actually think that you need to kill the boss of the prison for the quest, who's called Brutus. The quest is actually just for going here. You don't need to kill anything. Well, you do need to kill him, but not for the quest item. We're also going to look at our items real quick. We're going to look at the boots, see if there's really good movement speed with anything else. As intelligence, they're just slightly better than our current boots, so we're going to vendor those. We also get the quest item now, so now we look at the guide and we can see that it is indeed combustion that we want. Right. Let's see. We can identify the circlet, and we're looking for life and resists. And if we hold Alt, we would also be looking for open suffix, which does have, because earlier I told you could have 3 prefixes, 3 suffixes. If you are a returning Path of Exile player and you have access to the crafting bench already, then you should go and craft resistances on things like this. So you can craft fire or lightning on this one. However, we are not going to be doing that because new players don't get access to the crafting bench all the way to Act 2, late in Act 2. So I'm actually going to wait because you guys don't have access to it yet. But for returning players who are using this as a refresher course, you should do that, and it is useful. But we are going to use it, so I'll put my flame wall in there. See, we don't need to identify any of this. We'll identify the ring. Oh, and this ring. And then we're going to sell everything else, and you can see that I'm getting a bunch of different stuff. So now we have some currency, Orb of Transmute, which we've already explained, and now we have an alteration. This will re-roll the stats of a blue item, and it'll be completely random. It won't care about what was on it already, and it can either be 1 prefix or 1 suffix, or 1 of each. I put on the rings. See that has a life implicit, and this one has a cold resist implicit. This is a affix fire mess. Skill points, we're going to pick up Holy Dominion. Now, if you do have a lot of transmutes like I do, it's not a bad idea to pick up Added Lightning. You could either put this with your... I'm going to move this a little bit. I'm going to put the Frostblink down here. So there's a few options here. You can have your Frostblink with your Holy Flame Totem just for a little bit extra added damage. Doesn't add a ton, but it helps a little bit. Or you could actually use it instead of Elemental Prolif. It depends a little bit on what you want. The Added Lightning will give you more damage, and the Elemental Proliferation will clear and spread the Ignite. We can show how that looks now. We also did get a Blacksmith Whetstone. This will give quality to weapons. We'll go into more on quality later, but right now it'll basically be, if you're hitting with it, you'll do more damage. So weapon quality does not do much for us, and armor quality, which is for something we haven't found yet called a armor's scrap or something, is for increasing the base defenses. And we haven't really covered those either. So if you see that red circle around the monsters, that's Elemental Proliferation. So that gives us a really nice clear. So since we have so much damage from overleveling, we don't need to use the Added Lightning, but I could have even more damage by swapping out the Prolif at the cost of my clearing ability, but I would instead get more single target. So we have a lot of options in Path of Exile. Kill this guy, you don't need to, it's not a quest. And here we're going to encounter our first Trial of Ascendancy. Everybody loves these because you get stuck in them, you take a percentage-based life damage, and they can be clunky to do. Everybody hates them, don't worry. But you do have to do them. Thankfully, you only have to do them once per league. You used to have to do them once per character, and yeah, the community were very angry about that and did not enjoy it one bit. But they're basically a tutorial meant to teach you how lab works. Just kill the rare monster there. Now, all of mine are already completed, but I am going to be doing them with you once again to show you, pretending that we're new. All right, we're going to go down. Don't really know most layouts. See, our Holy Flame Totem does quite a lot of damage now, so it's actually like clearing for us. And normally at this point, you're like level 7-ish or 8. We are level 10, so that's why we have so much more damage than normal. Right, here we have found a chest, and these are actually rollable with currency. So I can identify it. I could use the Orb of Alteration, although I only have one and I don't really want to use it. And this will actually freeze me when activated, which is very deadly. You could very easily die to this. So on hardcore, people will often opt out of opening boxes like this. But I did get very rewarded. I get 2 blacksmith whetstones and 5 armor scraps. And this is really good because these can actually be sold to the vendor. And you saw earlier that I would get things like transmutation shards, etc. For these, I will get wisdom scrolls, which is a big problem early on. So a lot of people will sell their early armor scraps and blacksmith whetstones. Now, you still want to keep some because there might be good items from the vendor with the sockets and links you need. And if they cost an armor scrap, you don't really have a way to get one on short notice. You can, of course, get one off another player. So if you're playing with friends, you can ask like, hey, do you have a whetstone? And they'll be like, no, I have entered mine as well. Oops. Here's the next zone. The zones are quite large. Don't feel bad if you are like level 13, 14 at this point and you've been backtracking through entire zones. That is very, very normal. We are going to identify the flask and put that on. Now, the reason why I didn't just slap that over another flask is because we're about to fight a boss. And this flask is something grants you immunity to bleeding and corrupting blood. We won't encounter corrupting blood for a while, but bleeding is basically an affliction that a monster can give you, and it'll make you take a lot more damage while you're moving. We're also going to grab Light of Divinity just for some extra early damage. So that gives us spell damage. SRS is already obtainable at this point, but we're recommending with leveling with Rolling Magma and switching to SRS a little bit later. We are actually going to pick up a Summon Raging Spirits gem already now, just so that it is leveled. Although it will level with us from the vendor anyway, so it's not actually important. Yeah, actually, we'll just grab it later to not make it confusing. Now, so you can see now, again, Brutus, very, very easy if you just run around him. An interesting thing to know, most even veteran players don't know this, but if you don't damage a boss and you're running next to him, he has no abilities. Most bosses will gain abilities as they lower health. So if he had 100% life, he would have no abilities right now. Anyway, so just by running around him like this, very, very little he can do. And we obviously have quite a lot of damage just by being overleveled. So it shouldn't be a very long boss fight. Very easy with Summon Raging Spirits if you've chosen to go down that path already as well. Just has like a few slams that you want to avoid. Like blink through things. Now we found an Orb of Fusing, and we are going to pick up that Scepter as well, and we can log out here. Now this is an interesting mechanic. We already have the waypoint for the next zone as soon as we kill Brutus. You don't actually need to run through there and pick that up. Right, we're going to identify the Scepter. We're always looking for good upgrades, and things we'd be looking for now would be +1 fire gems, would be absolutely huge. It's not even bad to look through the vendor and look for +1 fire gems because that does reset. It adds some new items for a few levels. We're going to be picking up both Flame Dash and Leap Slam. Leap Slam can only be used while you have Scepter, so if you are using ones at this point, they can actually not be used with that. Lightning damage and no other scepters. So it is worth looking at. +1 fire skill gem levels would be huge at this point. Let's sell all of these. Yeah, we're gonna sell all of it, even the heavy belt. Nothing interesting there. So we're going to pick up Flame Dash. We're gonna have 2 movement abilities. You do only need to use 1. This isn't super important. This is just something we slap in the guide because most players will use it. And we can now get rid of Frostblink. Where did I put my Flame Dash? Put that instead of Frostblink. So we're dropping Frostblink now. We can just sell it. We're not going to use it anymore. Let's see. We can also use Vitality and Clarity early on. Let me explain auras. As you see that we're using quite a lot of our transmutes already. And we won't get the... I do know that in the guide it says Radiance Sentinel already, but we don't have access to that. Right. We have everything we need. We're going to keep going. Yeah, +1 melee gems is something we don't use. Right, I'm going to leap some on my spacebar. That's just what I prefer, but just find something that works for you. And I'm going to teach you a thing just so that you know that it works. If you hold control, you have a second skill bar, and you can see that I've rebound some of my things here. So if you go to the input menu, you can see that we have bound skills W, E, R, T, and Q. And spacebar. But here I have bound skill 11 to mouse button 5. And I really like using that as my flame dash. And you'll notice I put always attack without moving on everything. I make sure I have that on everything. Now I also will put auras on the second bar so that if I die, I can turn them back on. And what auras do is they give you a benefit, like a passive benefit that's just always on, but at the cost of reserving some of your mana. So now some of my mana is locked away, but you can see that my mana is recovering. And once I take damage now, you'll notice that I actually have some life regeneration. I normally don't. So, really good. Killing a bunch of blue monsters here. There are fire and ignite resistance, which means they take a lot less damage than normal. It's a very, very annoying monster type. We're also going to pick up an iron ring if you see one. That's super important. I just want to show you something. Just want to plan some early ideas for new players. You can really see the different things that you can do in Path of Exile. So, movement abilities are kind of interesting in Path of Exile. They are instant the first time you use them. So if you see when I use my leap sum now, it is instant. And I'll explain what I mean by that. Because I'm going to use it 2 in a row, and you'll sort of feel it on the second one. It's a lot slower because it sort of has an activation time. I just realized I'm only later using Flame Dash. I actually should have kept the Frostblink. Thankfully, that's only 1 wisdom scroll. But we're going to go grab Frostblink back next time we get a waypoint. Next waypoint. Because Frostblink's a little different, that it doesn't have a cooldown and stuff the way most heals do, so we can use both at the same time. Oh no, let's restart now. That's what I get for not playing PoE for 2 months. What I get? Rusty. A rust bucket. Same with Flame Dash. If I use it now and again, it'll be instant, but if I use it like back to back, it'll get a cast time. Sorry, I just arrived late. Can we start again? Okay, we'll start over. Right, we're gonna go to town here and just grab Frostblink real quick. We'll use Flame Dash later. Later on, we'll use that. We can just pick up blue items if you are about to go back to town anyway. We're gonna be vendoring things. Right, let's pick Frostblink back up. Forgot about that. There. Keep that in our inventory or something. Or you can stash it. You do have a stash. Let me just put some empty stash tabs to simulate yours. So now my first 4 are empty ones. There are a lot of stash tabs you can buy, and I do have videos for what stash tabs that are worth purchasing. Path of Exile is a free-to-play game, but effectively is a $30 to $50 game. Now we're going to pick up Precision because we are going to be a little bit low on Dexterity early on this character. Hey, Soul. Good to see you. Right, we're going to go back to Ship Graveyard, and I'm going to put Frostblink on my second bar. I'll have it here on T as well, so you can see when I'm using it and stuff. But you can see that if I use it right after I've landed with my Leap Slam, there's no cooldown. It's just like still instant, and I get to move faster. Very, very not important. It's just something I'm going to be doing so that I make this video a little bit shorter. And people can obviously pause, etc. Billy, thank you for the raid, dude. We're just doing everything explained right now. The link starting SRS into the falling zombies. You're doing well, dude. Have some rare items there. And then there is a quest in this zone, and you maybe think that you might need to go pick up the quest. You might need to go pick up the quest before you can do it, but no, same as everything, or most things in Path of Exile, you don't. We've already found the next zone, so we're gonna go grab the waypoint here. That we have less backtracking. Then we're gonna go back. Oh, nice, Billy. Either over here on the right or over here on the left. There it is. Leveling up Flame Wall. See. Right. I think the only thing I haven't explained so far is the Orb of Fusing. You don't normally find one this early, but there are two orbs that kind of work together: Orb of Jeweler and Jeweler Orb, and Orb of Fusing. And a Jeweler will re-roll an item, not the stats on it, but the sockets on it. So at the moment, items can only have up to 3 sockets, and at item level 20, I believe it's 20, they can have 4, and 35 they can have 5, and at 50 they can have 6. And only chests, 200 weapons can have 6. Pretty sure it's 20. Is it 25? Is it 20 or 25? Definitely not 28. Or it's 35 for 5. And then it's 20 or 25 for 4. Honestly, unsure if it's 25 or 20. Now I'm thinking it's 25. You will get it basically mid Act 3. You will start getting 4 sockets. And Path of Exile has 10 acts. 25, googled it, thanks. Yeah, that makes sense. So mid Act 3, we will start getting 4 sockets. And there's no item level for linking, but there are item levels for sockets. And we can just ignore this enemy. It froze us. Right. Then we're going to run all the way north in the zone and find the boss. And here we are encountering one of our first mechanics that we can explain. So this is Essence. This is similar to the Strongbox, but this is not rollable. Like, you can't change this in the same way. And once you've clicked it 3 times, it will escape and you have to do a little fight. And it has some mechanics. You can see the red orbs. They will basically bleed you. And there's quite a lot of different ones depending on what essence it is. The Greed Essence will always do this. And now, this is like another orb that we haven't received yet, sadly. But we do have the shards for it. So Orb of Alchemy is similar to a transmutation. You use it on a white item and it'll turn a item rare or yellow. And it'll have a minimum of 4 stats up to a maximum of 6. An Essence is similar, but it'll guarantee 1 stat. So if this is used on an armor piece, it'll guarantee life. Now, this is the guy that would give us the quest to go into the tunnel, but we've already done that. We have Precision. We're now level 13, and my skill tree looks like this. And this guy is going to give us another skill point as well. We do have commands that you can write /passives in chat, and that will tell you what passives you have so far. Once you finish the game, or once you finish the campaign, it'll actually tell you what you've missed as well. So this is a really good command to use later. We're going to log out here, go back to town. Right, I'll identify boots. I'm always just looking for really, really good boots. Like if I got like life and multiple resists, that would be great. We're going to pick up the amulet as int and fire resist. That's great. I don't think there's anything we're picking up here. No, we're not picking up any of the level 12 gems. We're going to sell everything here. Could, in theory, identify every wand and scepter because we really want plus fire skill gem levels We'll take that on anything. I do prefer Scepters because it lets us use Leap Slam, but we would absolutely take a plus fire wand as well. Absolution? No, we don't want that. So we do want to like check through for Scepters. Getting +1 fire would be basically 15% more damage. We're going to talk to Bastil, pick out the Book of Skill Points. See what else were we moving towards on the skill tree. We're going to move up. We're going to be getting towards the minion node soon. But we're not going to be getting damage for quite some time now. And I'm waiting with level these to show you something. Right. Now you can see this is what's reserved on my mana. And there's different auras in Path of Exile. So Clarity and Vitality are flat auras. So they actually reserve different amounts based on their level. That means that you can actually, even in the end game, keep them reserved at only level 1 and maybe get a small benefit, and you can level them up for a larger benefit, but then it actually costs a larger amount of your mana. There are other auras as well, like for example, Determination is an aura that will it'll reserve 50% of your mana, but it'll give you a bunch of armor, and that just gets better with your level, but the reservation does not increase. So there's a bunch of like different types of auras in the game. We're just going to make our way through this zone, and you can maybe already notice that in most zones, we're just running north through the zone, always like top left, top right in most zones. Honestly, top right more often than anything. You see, we're one-shotting everything, and we don't even have really any damage on anything we have. We've just over-leveled so much that we have this damage. So even like killing uniques that we like come across, they die incredibly fast to our 3 abilities. Probably gonna get a bunch of loot from the boss, so we're not bothering picking up too much stuff. Pick up yellows though. All right. Did the new season just start? No. It starts on Friday. This isn't everything explained. It's basically where I try to imagine that I'm coaching new players and do a long playthrough where I just explain everything. So it's like a 7-hour video that we pop up on YouTube. Which, the first time I did, I got bullied for. People said it was a bad idea. And I was sad. But I did it anyway. And then I think one of them got 500,000 views on an 8-hour video. I think it has an average watch time of 1 hour, 14 minutes. People stopped saying it was a bad idea. So that was nice. You're going SRS with this? Yeah. We're gonna be changing to Summon Raging Spirits at level 38. You can use it early, but it has some issues early. And this is so fast and strong. Now we're here at the boss. Assign a skill point here, but so first we'll just like get used to the boss, get used to the movements and stuff, because it's your first time encountering Merveil, and this is the main attack she does. And she doesn't really do much until you damage her. Just does that. And again, circles, very important. Try not to panic, try not to like go into zones. And having a cold ring is really, really good as well. So a sapphire ring. Like if you have 0 cold res at this point, she will do quite a lot of damage. But again, she's no match for running around in circle. New gems are out. We're not going to look at those right now. Look at those 6 hours. All right. So now we're just going to kill her. And she has 2 stages. She'll move every 25%. You'll notice she'll like have different abilities that she gains as she takes damage. And that's the same for every boss, even in-game bosses. They do nothing in the first 2%. Even attacking my totem. Your 10th most viewed videos and everything explained? Yeah. I've also started doing like 2 different concepts for videos. I do like a video of me sort of like rambling about the mechanic while I'm doing it. And then I do like a curated like, this is how to do the mechanic on paper. Because people learn in different ways. Although those rambling videos are actually getting a lot of negative stuff because people are like, "This doesn't help me," and I'm like, "No, but it helps some people." Yeah, everyone learns differently, so I try to have different types of videos. Video will be demonetized. Oh, this won't. This will not be demonetized. Right. That was it. That was the boss. It's pretty straightforward. Each act has a boss at the end before going to the next one. And you can see that it's a very, very different type of like theme. Different type of theme. Alright. Can I look at the staff? Probably not. I could technically have fire gems. I just really don't want to use the staff. Low and harder to replace later. He's sticking to one-handers. I wonder if they're going to post the gems today. That'd be crazy. Could you imagine if they posted more gems, chat? Crazy. Right. We're gonna sell all of those. We'll sell 4 of our armor scraps and 4 of our whetstones. It's so crazy that they haven't posted part 3 of the transfer your gems, you know? I thought they would have posted them by now. So crazy, chat. So crazy. I'm gonna take the mini left there, and then we're gonna move over to the left or over to the right here. Maybe we'll get them tomorrow. Maybe they won't even show us. Right. So in this zone, there's a little pit we're gonna go into to get a another quicksilver, just for a little faster. Ah, not that nice for new players to spam fast all the time, I guess. You know what? Since we saw the zone, we'll get it. We'll go get it. We'll get it. Let's get it. So nice damage as well. That is a Jade amulet. If you do find one, it's not bad because we might run into dexterity issues. So having an amulet like that on a class that does run into dex issues is quite nice. You see the red glow, the proliferation, very, very nice for the clear. That's just like spreading out the fire damage. All right, let's run out. All right, now we're in the crossroads. Some rare gloves. We don't particularly have any interesting gloves, so we might as well look. If I had resists on it, I might have bothered using it, but I don't have another red socket anywhere else right now. That's the number one thing I'm going to care about early is socket pressure. Socket pressure is the number one thing I care about early. Another unique, Bravalo. And then it will slow you down a lot to kill all the uniques like this, but you probably notice already in your power, like, how useful it is. Especially if you're a player that's tried before. Oh, the iron ring earlier. Run here to the broken bridge. Really actually matter here. You do need to run all 3 side areas. A lot of stuff to do. A lot of chores in Act 2. Here you see something called a beast. You see a beast, beastie boy. So this is a slightly stronger monster than normal, and they're a yellow and red beast. This is a league mechanic that was in the past, has now been made core. Now you're introduced to 𝗢𝗨. The way that works is he will capture the beasts, and if you press H, you will now have a bestiary tab, and he will give you the option to create uniques. So it can actually give you really, really good leveling items. We'll interact with that later. We're gonna kill 𝗢𝗙𝗃. So this is one of the bandits. We're gonna be actually killing all 3 of the bandits, and killing all 3 will be giving us skill points. 2, in fact. They do have some other bonuses by helping them, but we're gonna ignore those. Gonna log out. Folding zombies will 100% work. Sorry, not work with minion instability. We already know that. There's no ambiguity there. Already know that it will not work. We can use the leather belt. We're gonna look at that. We're only looking for +1 gems. There. Now I'm gonna show you a cool little thing in Path of Exile. If you open the cell window and you have an iron ring and then a red, green, or blue gem, we can turn that into a resist ring. Pretty cool. There's actually quite a lot of vendor recipes like that. There, we're gonna put that on instead of the cold ring. Not about to take a bunch of cold damage anyway. Put on the leather belt. Right. Checking again for scepters. Might as well. Socketed. Ugh, I thought that was it. Talk to Silk. Yenna, and pick up another Quicksilver from the quest reward. We're gonna ditch so that we're now using a Quicksilver here, and we can use a transmutation on that. However, if this happens, you will have to use an alteration on it. You don't want less duration. We have now also found a Orb of Augmentation, which will basically fill in the missing stats. So since this has a suffix, it'll add a prefix. And it works on gear and flasks. Let's see, was there anything I was buying here? No. Now we have 2 Quicksilvers. Run down here. We gotta go here anyway because there is another lab trial, and that's how we get our subclass. We gotta go there. Might as well get there now before we do progression. Right. There are more skill points to pick up. We don't really need to pick this. Actually, we can pick that now. It will let minion attack speed affect our actual attack speed, which will help a little bit with our leap slam. So that's sort of like a very transformative node, and there is 2 like that. One called Spiritual Aid, which we're taking later, which does the same but for minion damage. So that means if you find a weapon with 20% minion damage, that would be the same as it just said 20% increased damage. So that's very cool. Yeah, we don't just ascend and do our subclass in lab. We are also going to be choosing our transfigured gem. Now that is not something I'll be able to show how it works. We don't 100% know how that works. That comes in nextly. Currently, we get something called enchants, and they're being removed from the game. A cute little fun fact: the guy who's making the filter they're using, the NeverSync filter, he spent hours and hours making a crazy algorithm for enchants and stuff that drop, and now enchants got removed from the game. So he was so happy to announce that he had worked on this huge thing for enchants, and they just removed it. Classic. Poor guy. See, do we want to level them up to level 3? We're probably going to be ditching them soon anyway, so it's fine to upgrade them to level 3. You can see that they are starting to be a big impact on our mana, but we're going to be switching to other auras soon. I move through here. And same as everything. Top area. Top left, top right. 3 chance orbs. Crazy. There was a race at ExileCon where second place only got second place because he did not find a chance orb before Act 5. I have 3. Excellent. All right. There's another trial done. Obviously, I already had it, but you will have to run this one. I'm going to take a quick break, go to the bathroom. We are back. Back. Hi, I'm back. We'll grab Spiritual Command. Helmet. Or Lightning. Need Cold more anyway. You do try to balance your resistance a little bit. We can't actually use the crafting bench because we have not unlocked it yet. Kind of sad that new players will not unlock the crafting bench until a bit later. We're going to go back to the Crossroads waypoint. Here. Actually, I have a decent amount of wisdoms now. 22 wisdoms. Can be a bit of a pain to have enough early on. Oop. Rares get pretty tanky. Try to like go slightly faster now while still explaining. Here's a raid beast that you talked about earlier. So they're even more powerful than the yellow ones, but these are what chooses what Einar will give you. So sacrificing a beast like this, the crumb, will give you a random unique item. So this can actually give you a bunch of different good things. I usually like save up a few and then go kill 2 or 3 of them at the end of this act. Yeah, it can be really, really good. You can get some very solid leveling items that make like huge difference to your day one. They are very, very worth it. But as you can see, it's quite powerful. We are very over leveled. We're level 18 here. You're normally like 14 maybe. And It's very tanky. Drops a bunch of rare items, including a chest and a weapon we're gonna look at. I'm gonna just run up to the waypoint here, and this zone is a bit like an arrow. So those like tips and tricks for finding what zone you're in earlier. This zone, like the waypoint, is like an arrow pointing to where you go down to the next level. This is the correct way. There's a lot of things like that. Freezing both 𝗢𝗡 and Frostblink so that they don't really share a cooldown, or rather Frostblink don't have a cooldown. So since we land from 𝗢𝗡, we can use Frostblink right away without it like being slow. As a new player, you can just focus on one thing. Something I do. Go slightly faster to make the VOD like shorter. So here's our third trial. Need a few more. We're gonna identify the ones. Oh, no +1 fire. That'd be really, really good later, especially when switched to summon raging spirits. We're now gonna go all the way at the bottom of this zone. We can pick minion damage up because we are gonna need it later. Cannot use that until we go summon raging spirit. I did mention this one, spiritual command, and we are soon going to get spiritual aid, increases and reductions to minion damage. This is a good explanation or a good time to show you. Path of Exile specificity is very important. So since this says minions from supported skills deal more damage, we can't benefit from that because that's more, not increase or reduced. Right. Any changes to falling zombies? Ah. Look at the gems after this. You can get white gems like this while leveling. We'll pick up the wand and look at it real quick. But it just means you can put any gem in there. Right. Go to town, you can either log out or use a portal. Oh, I should have picked up the rare thing. Right. Talking to Groost will let you get see, we're gonna pick up Herald of Ash. Now we can stop using Vitality and Clarity, really. Right, let's vendor some things. If these gloves are good. If it had life resist and open stats, then I'd think about it. That's generally all we want. Life resist and open stats. Especially for like later in this act. And we are looking for +1 fire when we're looking like this. That is very, very big. It's a good habit to get as a new player. All our gems are not ready to level. They actually just need me to be level 21. And what has happened is actually a fairly new feature in Path of Exile, and that is that gems will they'll get an XP boost from rare monsters. It's like a reward on the reward table that I can choose. So that's what happened, and that's why I have so much more XP than normal. Right, we're gonna go to the riverways. How can you know if it has an open suffix? So that's by holding Alt, like the more information that I said. So this one has an open suffix because it only has a prefix. Blue items have 1 prefix, 1 suffix, and rare items have 3 prefix, 3 suffix. That's how we know. Then once we get approximately like level 38, or rather once we get our labyrinth done, we are going to get an insane power spy. I haven't even seen how good it is. I've only heard rumors. Played other builds last league. A lot of my friends told me they were surprised it did not get nerfed. That's how good it is, so that's good. We picked up the waypoint in the middle of the sun and we're gonna move through. I don't think there's anything in our inventory that we haven't explained yet. Trying to not like go through things without explaining it. Any monsters here? At the moment you can see that I'm mostly like putting down a totem and then some rolling magma. Now in this zone is interesting. So there's two things in this zone, and 𝗢𝗨𝗧𝗗𝗗, one of the bandit lords, is on the same side as the waypoint, and the spider weaver is on the opposite side. We can just ignore this red beast. Killing all of them is good though. And save some time. Oh, greater life last. That is an upgrade for us. We kill these yellow beasts. They're gonna die pretty fast. We can level up the gems that we need. You don't want to right click the gems that you can't level up right now, because you will be able to level them up later. I will pick up the ones. I'm just looking for +1 fire spell skill gems. Everything else doesn't matter. We can just drop them on the ground, because now I'm at the point where I'm probably going to be looking to fill up my inventory with rares. Now, once I see this road with the little torch on it, then I know that I'm heading to 𝗢𝗨𝗧𝗗𝗗, because she has like a little road going from her hut. I'm going to kill her mercilessly. The alternative is she would give you some resists and some mana regen, but we really want 2 skill points. Most builds right now are very tight on skill points, so a lot of us have been like, you should probably rework the bandits. They're not taking much anymore. Oh. These are scary. They explode. Do a lot of damage, especially because we don't have a lot of fire resist yet. If you're a returning player, you could already be resist capped as early as now. Resistances go all the way up to 75%. And they work pretty much as you would imagine. Let's see if we can upgrade our life loss right now. Not going to keep this one, even though it doesn't have the bleed removal, which is nice. I'm going to log out here. And then we're going to go back to Act 1 and pick up an extra skill point from doing that wall thing we just did. Don't bother keeping that. We'll wait until we get a leather belt with life and resists. There. Click past all the dialogue. There's not really much interesting they say. There. Now, here you can see that we do have something called a mastery. So that's like I can click an additional point here and select one of these. And they're very, very strong. There's just nothing we want right now. So we're going to keep moving past here and pick up more life. But the first time we get a life mastery, we will pick one up there. We're going to this zone and kill the final bandit lord, Oak. You could do the side zone weaver first just to get a little bit more levels, but we're so over leveled that we shouldn't have any damage problems. But he's actually quite tanky. A tip that if you are really struggling with him, you're for some reason that shouldn't be with this build, but if you're at the point where you just can't kill him because he's healing so much, you can go buy an ability called Frost Bomb, and that will lower the healing of the boss. He is quite tanky. Very tanky boy. See that he does Enduring Cry. Do some endurance charges, which is like a tank thing for late game. Talk about later. Actually, probably won't just cover that. But now we've killed all the bandits. Then we're going to go find a waypoint in the sun. And we're getting pretty zoomy now. If you're despairing a little bit that I don't end up doing a lot of backtracking and running straight to the waypoints, it will come with time. But at least you'll get a lot of XP by overleveling. Wow, okay. So this is a crazy ring for leveling. It's probably the best ring I've ever seen at level 20. This is cast speed, life, all resistance, and cold resistance. And it has life. It does have an open prefix as well, which is irrelevant. We wouldn't even craft something with this later. But that's a crazy ring. It's probably the best ring I've ever had during the campaign. And I identify the scepter. This might look like a scepter, but it is a mace. Kind of under everything. These other things are stacking up. Now, I usually just keep things in my inventory, but there's nothing stopping you from banking and having more space to pick up items. Talk to Aramir while holding all 3 bandit things, and he will give you the 2 skill points. And then you can see that I'm taking the life mastery here. 50 flat life. Very, very strong. I think the guide actually says skills cost 30% life instead of mana cost, but I'm not a fan. We're not taking that right now. I'm going to get rid of the vitality. We're going to put in Herald of Ash instead, and we're going to show you how that works. Right. So now I'm running Clarity, and I'm turning on Herald of Ash. Now, this is a personal aura, so if you're playing with friends, this won't affect your friends. But Herald of Ash will do like a little red explosion with some ignite overlap, basically, or burning them to overlap on enemies you kill. So they can help you even more with your clear. Are you going to make a video of this run? This is a video, technically. These are my everything explained runs, so they're just very, very long. Friends, is this a buff? Depends on your friend. My friends are a buff. There, we're going to pick up the greater mana flask as well. This is a ghost. They will go and touch monsters and make them slightly stronger, but more importantly, they will make them drop more loot. But if they see a rare or unique monster, the ghost can go inside them and possess them, and give a big buff to their danger, but also the stuff they drop. You'll also notice that I'm picking up a lot less blue items now, and I'm focusing mostly on rares. Again, I'm not expecting you to not pick up a lot, though. As a new player, you will hoard, you will be scared of missing out on things. The biggest reassurance I can give there is that, especially if you are playing the temporary leagues, regardless if you're hardcore or softcore, it is a full wipe every 3 months. Everything starts over, and you're just learning things each time. And this is really, really relaxing because technically, on the off chance that you did find the best item in the game, you're losing it after 3 months anyway. Well, it's going to standard. So, yeah. At least there is some comfort there. Some comfort there. So because of that, you don't really have to, like, I would just try to, like, really get into the mindset, like, it doesn't matter if you ruin an item or if you do something wrong. Alright, this is Weaver. Actually very scary. Like, our build is very strong, so it's not a problem, but probably a lot of people watching in chat and stuff have died to this. It's a very hard boss. Especially in events. Hey, I have a question. Will skins from PoE 1, which I bought, be transferred to PoE 2? Yes. Everything. Unless that doesn't exist in PoE 2 in the same way. Like if you buy a shape-shifting cosmetic in Path of Exile 2, that won't exist in PoE 1, so that won't exist. I did suggest to Chris that, like, what if you buy like a polar bear skin for the druid in PoE 2, you get a polar bear pet in Path of Exile 1. It just looks like it. And he said, interesting. So I don't know if they'll do that, but I thought it was a cool suggestion. Right, after killing Weaver, make sure you pick up the quest item, and then we're going to log back out again. Right. Thing really interesting here. We got our first unique item. Now you'll notice these will always sell for scroll fragments if not identified, so they don't sell for transmutes. This is a bad unique item. There's like nothing interesting for our build. We're not an attack-based build. Most unique items have some use. There aren't truly any dead uniques. Even though the community do complain a lot about uniques, they're just usually like only usable on day 1 or 2. Quite a lot of them. But most uniques are useful. Now, on this life flask, you can see that I now rolled or identified instant recovery. Now, this is really nice because in Path of Exile, we're very rarely like, oh no, I am being slain. Any minute now, I am going to die. It's mostly like, bop, 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 I'm dead. I died, bro. I don't think we're picking up anything here, if I remember. I think we're picking up elemental damage with attacks for our summon raging spirits later, so we can go grab that. What does SRS stand for? Summon Raging Spirits. They are raging. So now we have all the quest items we need to proceed. If you hadn't done the spider, it would like prompt you and say that you needed more stuff there. Hello? What's happening with the loading? Weird. Really strong build? Yeah, it is. And I always play with like the map overlay like this. You don't have to, obviously. A lot of people don't like it. I find it insane not to do it, but this zone can be really, really hard to navigate. I see a lot of people do backtracking. A lot of backtracking in this zone. This is a zone that a lot of people will joke about spending 20 minutes in. Well, not really a joke, I guess. The our Ignite Pro Lift doing really, really well at like mopping up enemies though. It can go a lot of ways. Sort of get like a rough idea of where to go eventually. One loops back on itself. Sometimes it doesn't. Okay. There. Oh, that was perfect. No backtracking. Good job, me. But yeah, very hard zone to navigate. So don't be embarrassed if you get stuck in it. Probably the worst zone early. We are about to unlock our crafting bench. Really nice. So make sure you pick out the waypoint here. You really do want to have waypoints in case you like disconnect, log out, or die, etc. Having a waypoint is a good way back fast. So in this zone, you are looking for another zone like this called the Dread Thicket. This is going to be very important, and we'll go there. Obviously, I already have the hideout unlocked on this, but we will have to go in and just like full clear. You just kill all the monsters, and that will unlock our first hideout. Here's a Vol zone. That's like a corrupted random zone. So that's like not like a scripted or guaranteed thing. That's RNG if they appear or not. They can appear as early as Act 1. Oh, geez. They hurt. And they're pretty dangerous, but they can drop Vol Gems. Vol Gems are different than normal. They use the souls of your enemies to cast. Straight into the Lush Hideout. So I would now just full clear this. Then when you full cleared it, Helena appears and says you can go to your hideout, which will look like this. We'll now just go to our hideout and show how that works. You can also write /hideout. Oh, nice, that's moving. There. Sell those. So there's loads of different hideouts with skins and stuff that you can buy for money. Some you can kill bosses to get, etc. And then you can move things around by opening decorations. There'll be like crafting bench. Then you can place that down. So I have mine here. Now, this is really important. So I have 61 fire, 43 cold, and 55 lightning by looking at my defenses. I definitely want some cold resist, right? So I slap my item here in, and at this point you have very few crafts unlocked. Now we have some cold rest. Now it's 59, 55. So I'm like, okay. I'll hold Alt and I peruse my gear, and I'm like, where else do I have open things? Hey, my amulet. I can put lightning resist on my amulet. That's currently my lowest. I have a bunch of transmutes. I have 11 more transmutes. My shield. Well, I don't really have anything on my shield, so I can put cold resist on it. I have open here. And put fire resist. And now, as early as the end of Act 2, I'm rest capped. 75%. So that means that if I was about to take 1,000 fire damage from a monster, I would take 250. That's very cool. Very cool. And like a lot of people just don't know that you can actually craft on white gear. So a lot of people are actually looking for rare or blue gear that has open affixes to craft on. Kill this thing and it'll chase us all the way to the end of the zone. Stupid snake. Didn't even drop anything. Those spell zones, we're gonna ignore those. Play around with it though if you want. I'm just not gonna do it. Not like a particularly important good outcome that can happen by us doing it. Right now 23, normally I'm like 18, 19 here. Already explained shrines. There are a lot of different shrines too. We have picked up an Ice Nova one already, but there are others that will give you invulnerability, movement speed, loads of things. That month. Thank you, dude. Hope you're doing well. We're excited for Friday. Our long neck Templar. Little mini boss there that we're gonna skip. Most things in BOE are pretty optional. They like choose what you want to do. Chest. 2 additional rare items. So that's actually enough from the chest. So we'll finish it. And you can see like we have to kill every monster that's like outlined. Pick up the wand. Especially. Nope, no fire. Hopefully I get a fire at launch. Explain why you're skipping certain mobs. We're super over leveled basically. Crafting recipe here. Like there's nothing wrong with full clearing. It'll just go slower, and I don't want this to be a 26-hour video. That's literally it. I try to limit what I'm killing to whatever's going to be the most efficient. So when I see things in groups and stuff, I'll kill those. Go down here. I'll be checking out the Transfigure gems after this episode. Sanctum's still going to be in this league. Yep. We don't know if they nerfed it. We only know that they lowered how often you get Sanctum. I think they lowered how common it was. So now we're just going through this temple and making our way downtown. Yellow beasts. Decent. You will use a lot of them once you start interacting with the bestiary mechanic. Or monsters. There. And then once we get that node, Spiritual Aid, we'll see a pretty big jump in damage. So we won't have that for this boss, but we will have that before we get our like subclass, which is the important part because we want to have a decent amount of damage for that. And the area that we get our subclass in is basically medium core. If you fail in the last part of the labyrinth, you will have to redo the entire labyrinth. Now we're looking, we don't have enough strength. That snake isn't particularly important. It'll just slow us down to kill. Feel free to kill every red beast though, because you can't tell them apart as a new player. But that's not one of the ones that give you interesting unique right now, I think. What is the longest act? Probably Act 2? Act 3? To be fair, this is the slowest thing in the game, waiting for this to spawn. Oh wait, I turned off my clarity. I just wait here, watch Lord of the Rings or something while waiting for the boss to spawn. A lot of moves that are pretty scary. Just a lot of like burst damage. Got a lightning turret. A lot of damage as well. That one shots you. Sure. Don't get hit by it. Summons monsters. Then he's dead. Now you can either log out by that. You can log out, or you can wait for the door to open, but it actually takes forever. You can also portal out. Oh, Oh, they did buff it, but most people will log out here just out of habit. It used to take 3 or 4 times as long. Right. So we can look at all the items. So I might be going over items very quickly, so let's explain that real quick. So like the weapons, like any weapon like this, I'm just identifying to sell for alteration. We're not gonna really be using like most knives, swords, maces, etc. We're not gonna be using that at all, and we're not looking to trade or sell anything this early. So on these, all of the caster weapons, we're mostly looking for plus fire spell skill gems, and on everything else, we're looking for life and resists. Boots, we're looking on movement speed and life and resists. And also, like, if something has open prefixes or suffixes for crafting, like we explained, that is good too. And again, it's alt to see if they do. That's pretty much all we're looking for. And you'll get faster and faster at that the more you play. I remember when I was new, I would spend like 30 seconds looking at each and every item. And then usually keeping over half of them because I wasn't sure what to get rid of. See, I'm just going to get rid of this 200 sword. Pick up the one because that's something I actually could use for an upgrade, and I can't be able to going back to town to vendor because that'll use a lot of time every time I do that. And we do want to try to keep the video somewhat length appropriate. Upgrade to a giant mana flask, and this is the only quest you really need to grab in the game. You actually do need to talk to Clarissa. If not, you'll have to go back here later, which is annoying. Other than that, I can't remember anything you actually need to talk to. We'll go vendor now because our inventory is full. Sadly, not enough strength for our leap slam. Movement abilities aren't super important to level. I grab that. Very. I backtracked so many times to Clarissa. I think we all have. We're probably never going to use that ruby ring that we made. That's more of a demonstration. How do you know when items have open suffixes or prefixes? You hold alteration. Sorry, you hold alt. Hold alt. Like this one has an open suffix because it only has 1 prefix. So items can have 2. Oh, nice. Right. Little beetles that explode. They hit you. Kind of annoying. Brutal Shrine. Here's a good thing I can show you. A lot of people don't like Brutal Shrine because you get knockback, and that can be pretty annoying. Maybe you don't want to knock back your enemies, especially if you're melee. Like, it can be really, really annoying. So what do you do if you've accidentally clicked a shrine? A lot of people will right-click the shrine and cancel it. But be careful that you don't do that on one of your auras. That means that if you are, like, not very precise with your mouse movement and you right-click in the top left corner, you can actually turn off your auras that way. That's new? That's good. Learning is good. Oh, is it dead end? There is our first 4 link. You can see item level 26 is 4 green, and we don't have much of a use for that. The boss area is up here, but we can already see the trial is down here, so we are going to run and do the trial real quick. We only have this and 2 other trials left, and then we can actually ascend. Now, leaving your ascension for a little bit later when you're new can always be a good thing. You do get a large amount of power, but it is also pretty hard to ascend. You might not be comfortable moving around in the labyrinth. I remember the first time I did it, it was pretty scary on hardcore. From here we meet Piety again. Surprise, she's back. She'll be back a lot. He'll be back a lot. She's crazy. About to get a damage boost at least, which will be nice. She's pretty tanky. I have 700 hours and I still skip lab to higher levels. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Let's see. We need to talk to Clarissa, and she will give you the Syracuse. And if you didn't have her at this point, you do need to go back to City of Sarn. Did you ever die? And Everything Explains is I did. I did once. I died to Gravatius. His fire shield exploded while I was looking at chat. I chose poorly. Poor timing on my part. And I used to play them on hardcore. There's obviously no reason to do them on hardcore. Right. Now that we've unlocked the sewer grate, there will be 3 idols down here. 1 is before the waypoint and 2 are after. That's always the same. Position changes. These things will gain charges and based on enemies, any other enemies dying, and they'll discharge. Be scary. Very scary. Can do a lot of damage. So here's the waypoint, and that means that there's 2 busts after. Now we already know that there's one on the right here, most likely. Can't remember the layout. I'm rusty. No. Okay, it's all the way at the top. Embarrassing. There's one up here. Then once we've handed those in, we get a skill point. Get a skill point. Giant life flask is an upgrade over what we have. We will keep the instant one though. Even though it's 2 tiers below what we have, instant is just so huge. It doesn't take a lot of life recovery being instant for it to make a big difference in combat. Because you can hit it multiple times too. So by the time we're finding like level 40 flasks, we would like another to be either half instant or instant, especially on hardcore. But yeah, it's actually my first character ever playing Path of Exile, which was also on hardcore. I ended up losing because I didn't know you could roll flasks. I had no instant flask and I was just gunned down by archers. Fell Shrine Ruins, Merciless, like level 50. Was that a Firestorm Zombie Summoner? Alright, let's see. Is there anything? I think we've explained most things so far. A basic explanation. This army, we're starting to get some more minion stuff, but we still are not minions. Soon though. Soon we will be minions. One gives a unique flask, so it's pretty good. Pretty good beast. At least something I would bother killing. Although you can see how scary it is. It is dealing substantial damage to me. 2 uniques here. The beast isn't actually unique, but there's like a big statue there. Just kill it all. It's good XP, and I do want the beast. Good habit to pick up the good red beasts. The scepter, come on. Nope, nothing good. We did get burning damage, but we aren't dealing that much with ignite. So I can explain that there's different ailments in Path of Exile. So fire damage is tied to ignite. Cold damage is tied to chill or freezing, and lightning damage is tied to shock. And elemental damage will affect both your ignite or your initial hit, which is, you know, for a rolling magma, when you see the ball hitting the enemy, our elemental damage affects both, sort of. Whereas our spell damage will only affect the actual hit and not the burning, lingering part. And burning damage would only affect the burning, lingering part. A simple explanation of that, at least. So many blue monsters that end up here. So right now we're looking for the next trial. Thank you, Pib. That's crazy that we found our first alchemy this late. I usually end up explaining that way earlier. So alchemy again, they're like we explained earlier. Similar to a transmute, it'll make the item yellow. 3 prefixes, 3 suffixes is the max. It'll have at least 4. Always a minimum of 4. It might look like 3, but if you hold Alt, you will see that there are 4 stats. Because there are some things like hybrid modifiers. It'll maybe just look like it is missing a mod. Both Essence and Alchemy will have a minimum of 4. There, and we can log out after this. That's so convoluted, but you made it clear in the statement. That's my job. And to be fair, I would recommend, like, make sure you check out guides by other PoE creators too, because while my explanations might be really good for some people, it might be really bad for other people as well. No scepters with +1 fire again. They are like decently rare, to be fair. You're more likely to get them in Act 1 early. We're now just taking a quick peruse for like nice 4 links. This helmet is quite nice, but it is only a 4 socket. So if you have fusings at this point, there's nothing wrong with buying it and boom, hoping it goes to a 4 link. But it's probably like a 1 in 5, 1 in 8 kind of job. So it's a little bit unlikely. And we're looking for colors like red, red, blue, blue. So that means that a 4-link chainmail doublet like this, you can see that that's a hybrid armor. It has both strength and intelligence. That would be really, really good for this as well. But yeah, 4 links is something we're keeping an eye out for. So red and blue. Red and blue is what we want. Now, we don't really want a pure red, at least. We can probably make it work with a pure blue. Pure red is a little bit trickier. And now we're about to get Spiritual Aid. So if I hover over my Rolling Magma now, in-game damage isn't really super well calculated. You can see that we have 401 DPS right now. But if I take Spiritual Aid now, it goes up to 577. So a substantial damage increase. Are you happy with that? I have Lightning Res. We're not going to bother switching. We'll keep it and maybe throw a few things at it later if we haven't found anything. But we're just going to keep it. Do you recommend skipping some quests on your starter character to get to maps as fast as possible? There's not really a big reason to skip skill point quests. And the other quests, like basically you just follow along and do every quest that I am doing. If I'm not doing it, there's probably a reason. There are loads of side quests, but we're going to be skipping the majority of side quests that don't give skill points. We're just doing the skill point quests. Like new players already end up like using a lot of time getting to the campaign. A lot of people don't always enjoy that and get kind of bored. They want to get to the end game. So not bad to skip. Here you can see like now we have like insane damage. I don't think we take any mastery this early on those. So now we're at the leveling 3 SRS swap. So we aren't going to be unspecking these points until we start using the Spiritual Aid gem. And the particular moment when you want to swap is when you have ascended and gotten your subclass. But we are now going to like start working towards skill points over here on the right. We can take this already just because it does give us 1% life regen, even though we're missing out on all the other bonuses. Still worth it. Still worth it. Campaign's dirt. I mean, I like it. A lot of people don't. Depends how fast you do it. Might be a little bit of a shorter everything explained too. There's not a crazy amount to explain past like Act 8. I think we'll get to like Act 8-ish and then end it there. I just want to... The early part is the most useful anyway, because that's where you're getting the most condensed knowledge. I don't think I have time to do like one that goes all the way into maps today. A lot of videos out. We do have a video as well, which is shorter, which I think it's called You Got to Maps Now What? Covers like a lot of the early endgame of Path of Exile. I have videos for pretty much everything now. I don't think there's anything we don't have videos for anymore. Here is a 4-link Silk Glove. And now we can start playing around with chromatic orbs. And we do have 11 of those saved up so far. So we can try to get at least 1 red and the rest blue, or 2 red. We're very unlikely to get 2 red, 1 blue, because this is an intelligence item. But now that I have 1 red and the rest blue, I'll probably keep that. I'll probably keep that, because we can make that work. They're unique. Sure. Big explosion build would you recommend? I don't know. Big explosion build would I recommend? The easiest before was Righteous Fire. I mean, literally the zombie build actually might have big explosions. We just don't know yet. Yes, I'll be able to record something tomorrow if you're free. Explosive Trap doesn't have explosions. I like that type of explosion. I don't know. Pause to react to the transfer gems? I can't pause. This is uploaded in one go. Like, this isn't something we can edit. There's no need for me to pause and react to the transfer gems right now. I very much doubt that they're gonna remove them by the time I'm done with this. Very much doubt they're gonna remove them. They're not super important for literal brand new players either. Or something that people can use when they're a little bit more experienced with the game. I screenshotted it, you're safe? Thank you. Right now I just want to do a tutorial on most things. Especially like the first 4 acts is the most important. Just eager to see your take on it all. I promise I will do them after this. I'm even gonna do it like a little bit shorter than normal because I feel the main information is early anyway in the Everything Explains. Then when you're explaining every currency you find and how things interact together, we're gonna be telling how to respec to the Summon Raging Spirits part of this. I think most of the information is very front loaded. I don't mind stopping it before we actually get to the end game. Especially because, and I can explain that already now, especially for hardcore, but it's also usually good for new players. What we end up doing in Act 8, start of Act 9, is we actually farm one zone over and over again till you get all the way to level 70. Then you have such a huge spike for the remainder of the campaign that there's zero risk of you dying, and you end up having a really good gear set and ready for everything, like the endgame campaign, etc. when you get there. So that's actually really, really good. But I don't like doing that in Everything Explains because it's just kind of wasted time. We're going to take the Dexterity Amulet here. This build will struggle a little bit on Dexterity if I remember. And I don't think we need the Intelligence. I'm swapping that out. I'm a little bit undercapped on Lightning Rest now. So we could go put Lightning Rest on my gloves or my belt. I'll go do that. There is a crafting recipe in the side room there that I usually never bother with. Usually I never use that one. But yeah, the side room there does have another crafting recipe. See, this one is immune to chill and freeze. We're going to use an augment, hoping that it turns into instant recovery, because then we can easily replace our lower level instant recovery one. This is pretty much best case scenario. Vendor, all these other things. This will sell for chrome. Identify that. This is also instant recovery, which you might think is a good thing, but it's actually awful. Mana is something you do want to recover over time, whereas life is not. Right. I'm gonna go over here to the right. Will you be coming out with a Detonate Dead guide? So if I'm doing a DD guide, it'll be a collab with Lily, and she's down. Oh, whoops. Did I not pick up? Did I not pick up? Oh my god, I am missing the quest item from Docs. There's a quest item from Docs we need to pick up. Yeah, I went straight to the waypoint. Lily said there's like a coin flip chance that we're doing a collab. She doesn't know if she'll have it done. I just got excited when I saw the waypoint and left. We'll go back. And this zone, the docks, is actually a really, really good place to farm and gain some extra power. So if you are for some reason feeling weak on any build, this is a great place early to like reset the zone and farm. You can see right now we're like close to one-shotting blues. So we are incredibly strong right now. A lot of scepters. Not the one we want, but there. Now we have the quest item we need. There. Do you have some specific side quests you always leave or skip for later? Nope. Like, if it's something that just gives you respect points, I usually don't need those. So worst case scenario, I can come back for those later anyway. And anything that just gives items, I don't bother doing. I'm only doing the ones that give skill points because you're usually getting everything you need anyway. And then I end up finding, we do end up farming quite a lot in Act 5. And we end up farming quite a lot in Act 9. Gain power there, so no, not really. Like a side boss here that will like give you a bit of a quest. You can kill him. Can't remember if we need to kill the library on this build. So there is a side zone in this called the library, and doing that quest will unlock any gem that you've missed so far, or any gem that you don't have access to because of your class. It sort of like unlocks the class restrictions. So that's like up here. But we will actually wait with ascending. Normally, I actually ascend already now, but we do have a lot of new players with us, and lab is actually quite hard ascending this early. We will wait, and then we'll be even more powerful when we go in. Lab is level 35 or something. 33, I believe. Remembering levels is hard. I'm gonna click this essence, and we have a shrine as well. This shrine actually gives me regen. I'm gaining a lot of health back over time. Very bosses. Right. There is actually a boss we're going to skip here. We can show him, I guess. A lot of people will run away from this. This is basically Brutus on crystal meth. He will hook you in and be really mean. A lot of people die to this. See the hook there? A lot of people try to run by him. You can run up there and you won't even aggro him or see him at all. Which is nice. But he's very scary. Obviously the game has been getting more and more power creep, so he's not as scary as he used to be. But a lot of people, there would be a lot of clips of streamers dying on day one and stuff to him. It was really funny. Never died to him. But it was very, very normal too. Game has changed a lot over the years. Alright, now we're going to move down and we're going to be fighting Piety again for the last time. Because now we're killing her. Thus? I would lie to you. I think I would lie to you. You know, I should start putting chat on screen for these. I should just have chat on screen in general. Let's move over here. Was it that one? No, it's the next one. It's cast speed, right? No, minion damage. Will be more damage for what we're doing right now as well. That's why this is really nice. Until then, have a very, very strong start once we... Oh, no. Woof. That could have been deadly. You will die to just like that. They will kill you. When do you start losing XP from dying? Act 5 and then even more in Act 10. Sorry, Act 6 and then even more after Act 10. I like the break points. You will also lose resistances. Another essence. So we are starting to get some here. We can think about once we get a nice 4-link, we'll probably throw an essence on it. And hope that we get some resist. If it doesn't, it is kind of sad. And obviously, we could get nothing and not even open suffix. There was a 4-link boot there, but it's red-green as the base type, so we don't want to loot that. You see that I am trying to pick up a lot of wisdoms and portals still, and anytime I see like blacksmith whetstones and stuff, I'm picking up that too, because we do go through a lot of wisdoms in this game. Identification is a bit of an outdated mechanic in a game like this, in my opinion, but it is what it is. Let's see. So we're now coming up on piety. Chrome item. Might need that to get our nice colors for later. There is a crafting recipe here. Did not think of that piety, I'm sorry. I've actually forgotten one thing that we should have by now as well, which is a curse that'll make the boss more susceptible to your damage. So in this case, we would normally have flammability. So if you haven't already engaged with piety, you can go to town and go get that, and it'll actually be a like 30% more damage, pretty much. It's a large amount of damage. I just forgot. And as you can see, we have so much damage, we don't really need to worry about that. Ow. There. He's dead now. Gone. There. So here from Marmoa, we get flammability, which we're going to pick up. I don't think there's anything we're picking up here. No. Voracious reward, we don't need to pick anything up. Unless you get an aura. No. Don't. And then we're getting ready to look at our SRS swap. We'll be switching soon. We're looking for any foiling. If you go to filterblade.xyz, you can download a filter there. Sell all of this. We don't need the jade white amulet in our inventory anymore. Still no foiling for sale, which is sad. Now, talk to Grigor. I always forget this. On so many of my characters, I actually had a level 99 or 100 that did not have this skill point. And I was very confused. I was missing skill points. Get more minion damage. We will actually benefit from that damage now because we do have that spiritual aid node, which transforms the way minion damage works. It still works both ways. Like, it still will work on your minions too. Like a really cool thing you can do in Path of Exile. So many cool things like that. And now we're getting through, and this is the zone where you get the last trial. So as soon as you've clicked that, you can already ascend. And then if you do end up needing any gems, if there's any gems in a build guide and you don't have access to them, like there are some things the Templar does and does not have access to, then you can do the side quest by going to the left of the waypoint here and finding the library. As far as I know, I don't remember needing any. And in Act 6, you get another vendor that unlocks every gem. Act 3, this one only unlocks what we've got access to so far, but not whatever we're about to get in Act 4. Oops. Wrong area. Sorry, I didn't park my car here. Here's where we're parking our car. Once we click that, we can log out or we can portal, whatever you like. And then we're going back to the waypoint. Back to the waypoint, and then we're going to go to the right. Now we're going to go fight Piety's boss, Dominus. Wait. Down there? No. Follow the road, basically. Here we are. So, lore-wise, this is apparently too scary for Dominus and Piety to actually travel through the actual stairs. Either that or they're really lazy. They use like a little, shimmy, I think they're called, like a little lift on the side of the building. They're scared of these monsters. They should be. They slow you down. Slow you down. We're looking for stairs. Keep our exiles exercised. There. There's more. There's a waypoint like halfway up, which is nice to get if you do like die. The boss is not the end of the world. I should show dying. I will show dying at the boss. A wannabe god that's afraid of stairs? True. Soon our build is going to change entirely. And this is also where, as a new player, you will unlock the Scion. I'll point it out when we get to it. And that'll be permanently unlocked for your account. Most things do reset per league, but this is permanent. On the level before we meet him. All right, last level. So here on the right, here the Scion you will find. She'll be in the cage, being exiled to a rank class for killing her husband, I think. Story-wise. We did have our gems level up right before Dominus as well, so we get another little damage boost right before Dominus here. Really nice. So there's like a little pre-fight where you have to kill lots of small mini bosses and it'll keep spawning more from the vats in the middle. You can see that they like pop out. They're always like stuck there in the middle. But yeah, I'll put flammability on my actual skill bar and start using it because it is quite a lot of damage. What it does is that the enemies will, it's more likely to ignite them and it'll lower their fire resistance, giving you a lot more damage. Very substantial. Now, once you kill Orcus the Reaver, you will be asked if you've ever seen the true face of God. Which you have. This is God. Hello, God. We've already seen God. 𝗢𝗙𝗘𝗃 for a lot of people. Angry totem. There it is. And he is dead. But wait, there's more. For it is an illusion. Hey, Lou. Show us the death? Oh, good point. Okay, I will die. Oh no! My keyboard! Actually, a good thing. So if you like panic and run away, there's blood rain here and it'll start stacking corrupting blood. You might be like, oh no, I'm dying. Oh no, oh no. And then you die. If you click resurrect in town, you go back to town. You don't have to restart the fight from scratch, but you will have to go back to the waypoint. If you didn't have that waypoint, you have to go really, really far back. You'd have to go all the way back to Imperial Garden and run through the entire thing. That's why you do want to have the waypoint. If you do click resurrect a checkpoint, you do spawn back there. And yeah, that like thing he sends down, what do you call it? The like white thing in the ground he puts down is like a shield. So it'll remove, I don't know who's putting that down. Maybe 𝗢𝗨𝗧𝗗𝗗 is something. I don't know. Someone's putting that down. I'm assuming it's not him, but it'll protect us from the blood rain. It'll protect us from the blood rain. Maybe he's just protecting himself. He does spawn ads which will give you fast charges, etc. There is a 4 socket robe, not 4 link. Yeah, we don't even need to talk to anyone. Like, they're excited to talk to you, but you can just like race past them. You got better things to do than talk to NPCs. You are the hero. Now, this is a divination card, and that is like an item shard. So it'll tell you on the divination card what it does. If you get 3 more, then you will have a full set, and that will give you a life armor. That is literally what it says. It'll be a piece of gear that's blue, and it will have life on it. So this is a very bad one. And now you might be thinking, why did the game developers ever think anyone would want that as a reward? Well, they've never made one. Every divination card that is in the game, there are thousands, is something players have paid like $600 for per, or one as part of competitions, etc. So every single divination card that's in the game is not made by the developers as a company. They are, of course, welcome to buy one personally, and some developers have been gifted some by the community to make. And there are divination cards for loads of different things, including like endgame items and boss items, etc. So there's loads of good rewards from that. That's a joke, right? Nope. Every single divination card is made by players. I have made 3 now, and I'm making a 4th from the competition I won last. Every single one. Not one is not player made. The only developer we know that's made one is Bex. Got gifted one by the community. The sheet no longer works for GGG. I made the undisputed Sea of Blue. And I gifted one card to the guy who lost his brother and brother's gift to like help him make sure that it wasn't just the exalted one. So I gifted one creation for the brother's gift divination card for the divines. And then I'm making another joint one with Steel Mage. All right, let's go to this side zone here. Bex, the one with Bex's Twitter face on it. It's, I don't remember what it's called. Oh, madness. What it gives. Who made the Tabula Rasa cards? The Wikipedia will tell you, and the user that made the Tabula Rasa cards are banned. Not sure if we know what for, but it'll actually say the user's banned. That was funny because it's a very iconic Path of Exile card for a starter unique. That user is banned. First words, that's it. And then I'm like referenced in some divination cards. Right. Duval. So he's at the bottom of the zone. Can be on the left side too. The company has to approve the item though. Well, so you don't design an item. It's just a drop-down list, and you choose what you want to. You just get to choose from a drop-down list what you want on your divination card. But it still has to be approved. Right. Still nothing good on our scepter. We are now going to get ready to ascend. So now is actually... Oh, and divination cards are handed in at Tsuni over there on the right. But later you will have somebody in your hideout that you can hand it into. There you can see the ghost has gone inside someone. Now it's gone inside a boss. That can actually be very scary. So those circles the boss puts on the ground can now be very, very dangerous and actually kill me. Socket color recipe. That boss is fire. Oh, that rare was fire and ignite resistant. So we do very little damage to it. Honestly, it's one of the things I like the least in Path of Exile. It's just like the sudden immunity on things. The pretty recent addition. It was the thing I like the least in D2. It's not very engaging. I'd prefer like other different types of danger. Marks there on the right, then we're gonna skip. Yeah, you can just skip those monsters. A lot of people do. Later on, you will have enough damage that you'll just crush them anyway, but you'll still pretty much always notice them. So, in here, there is a skill point. You might have to like run around and not full clear, but close to it, and you will see an exclamation mark on your map, and then you have to run over here and click it. Then you can just continue on your way. Then 𝗢𝗨𝗧𝗗𝗗 will give you an additional skill point. So you will get a total of 24 extra skill points. You will get 1 per level. Other things that we're going to explain, I did explain that you get life per level, etc. But there are some base defenses that we haven't explained yet, and we're going to start getting to the point where they will matter, and we'll get flasks and stuff to help buff them. So the way the base defense in the game work is you have armor, evasion, and energy shield. Now, armor, and I even have a command in my chat that explains this because it's very misleading for new players. Right now, I have no armor, but usually there will be, when you have armor in-game, it'll say that you have a percentage physical mitigation. But armor doesn't actually have physical mitigation. It is like a very linear scaling. It grants at most 10% of your armor rating as mitigation. So 25,000 armor will never mitigate more than 2,500 damage. So you still can get it to 90% mitigation, but the way armor works is it's really bad for large hits, and armor is pretty much exclusively for small hits unless you get it to insane amounts. So it's still very good, but armor is really good for things that the monsters we're running past now, whereas a boss that maybe has like a big slam, if you remember the Act 2 end boss, that has a big slam with a big wind-up, armor is not going to help us with that. Now, evasion is another defense type, and it's very straightforward. You get a lot of evasion. Endgame, people will have anywhere like 10 to 30 to 50,000 evasion on a lot of builds. And there are some complicated behind-the-scenes mechanics, like when a monster attacks you, it'll choose what the entropy number is. But I usually don't want to explain this complicated mechanics to new players, so that part's not important, but the fact that it has entropy is very important, because the nice thing about evasion and what makes it so strong is normally you'll pick something like, let's say, the number 7, and then it goes, well, every 7 hits you get hit. So that means that you're not going to get hit twice in a row by the same monster. So it's very, very strong, and that lets us actually have evasion builds where the strategy is that you want to have enough defenses that you're not getting one shot, but you're not going to get hit twice in a row. So as long as you have enough like to get out of the way for the next hit, or you build up enough defense or like heal enough for the next hit, then you're not going to die. Right, we're going to go talk to 𝗢𝗧𝗗𝗃 and pick that up. And then energy shield, you get energy shield from gear, similar to the life, but it is like instead of armor and evasion. And you want to have flat energy shield on an item and percentage energy shield. And you can get a lot more energy shield than life, but there is something called chaos damage that bypasses it. Right, we're now level 34, and we are going to start taking the masteries because we're about to swap. So these don't actually impact us right now. Accuracy rating for summon rating spirits. One more we want. Minions penetrate first resistances. So that does nothing for us right now, but we are about to swap to summon rating spirits. We're going to go ascend, and then we're going to show you that. I'll be right back real quick. All right. We're going to go to Act 3. If you haven't completed all the trials, that will not unlock. And click the waypoint here. I had a snack because these are so long. You're hungry. You see there are 4 different labyrinths. Only the first one has the 6. Next one has 3. Next one has 3. And you don't need any trials for the last one. There's a website called 𝗢𝗨𝗧𝗗𝗗𝗏 that'll show you the layout. It'll tell you like what weapons Zizaran is using that day, which your first time doing it won't really mean much, but eventually you'll have a preference for if you prefer fighting with sword and shield, dual swords, or a mace. The mace is generally the easiest. And there will also be things in here like side areas, and they can give you buffs and additional uses of the font at the end. Font is changing. It is going to be gems, not going to be enchants like it is currently. So for right now, the font doesn't exist for us. Right now, it gives a permanent brutality shrine, which is kind of annoying, and I'll probably click it off in the boss fight. That could have given us like a life regeneration shrine though. Here you have a crafting recipe that you want to pick up. So the way this works is this will continuously spawn skeletons. He has a mace, so he's pretty easy to evade. They'll just like run around him, and the only move he has that's really dangerous is that one, and that's pretty easy to dodge, thankfully. So I'll just put my things away, and you can see that I'm actually trying to avoid killing those things. Now, as a newer player, killing them is actually kind of good, but if you're finding it really easy anyway, and you don't find much trouble from them, you will actually get an additional reward key at the end of the labyrinth, letting you open an additional chest, and they have heaps of loot in them. So it can be a really, really nice way to get like an extra ring, a boot, or something like that early on. Do drop some like decent gear. Do drop some decent gear. Other than that, they're pretty straightforward. You don't need to worry about any of the side areas or inside mechanics. Just like run to the top of each one. Kill things. They cannot drop grand spectrums anymore. Sorry, dude. Old info. Right. There's another trial. So the normal lab is quite fast. The last lab is quite long. Right. Remember to curse as well. It is a large portion of your damage. Later, we'll actually have a lot less buttons. More damage and less buttons. We do need some stuff. Like, yeah. Pretty easy. So these, they charge up and buff him, and if you don't... I remember, you might need to wait more than I did to get an extra key. Not the end of the world. We're already doing pretty well. We're super over leveled. We could technically not kill monsters for a few zones and be very fine. Very, very fine. Now, if you die here, you will have to redo the entire thing. Nothing saves. So it's like in a roguelike way, right? Like nothing saves from a previous run. All over again. So a lot of people don't like the lamb. A lot of people hate it. In the current game, it's something you have to farm repeatedly to get something called enchants. They're being removed. Instead, you're now going to be repeatedly farming it for something called T-gems, which is a different type of gem that'll change the way the original gem works. A quick example, race zombies, which is pretty self-explanatory. It raises zombie minions to fight for you. In the new patch, there will be a transfigure gem, which makes them fall out of the sky and land dead on your opponents. That's what I'm league starting. That sounds fun. Playing like this until I go that, or until I get that, because I don't know how hard they're going to be to get. they're not exactly good league starter material. All our league starters are like super safe. Exactly what you can get and how to get it. Right. Skill points to make sure everything was up to date. Is and again, like running around in circles is the most powerful thing you can do in Path of Exile. Need a bunch of loot. We are looking for like 4 links. Didn't see any. There. I'm gonna open these. And the font will give you a transfigure gem. We're gonna pick up this 4 link. This is really good. That's the armor and energy shield. That's what we want. We got a bunch of keys, so we were able to open a lot of things. And now we've had a new currency. And this is a very important currency in the upcoming patch. They're changing quality on a lot of gems and making them better. So this will give 1 quality to a gem. And you can hold Alt and the gem, both active and support, will tell you what they do. We're going to be ascending a Guardian. This actually gives us an ability. We have a summon now. All right, keep that because we're gonna be respecking now. A little bit of a respec. Let's see. Sorry, video. There. Selling everything we don't. That is pretty good, and we're being a little bit low on strength, and strength does give us life as well, so it's not too bad. We are going to be switching out to that. That's a lot of resistances. Our old belt. And now we're going to go buy the gems. So in the guide, go to the portion where it says Summon Raging Spirits. Swap under skill sets. And we looked at we need Summon Raging Spirits. We need Melee Splash. And we need Unleash, which we don't have access to. We will get it soon. Use minion damage until then. We need 2 red and 2 blue. We have a bunch of chromes. And since it's a hybrid with strength and int, has a big chance of giving us that. It doesn't have any other good stats, but it does have an open suffix. And if we were going to swap later, we would have wanted to be leveling as Summon Raging Spirits all this time. Because the vendor has a limit of the gem being level 14. You can't buy like a level 20 gem off the vendor. So we would have wanted to do that. We're now going to be getting rid of all our old gems as well. Get Melee Splash. We already have elemental damage with attacks from Act 2. We haven't bothered leveling that, but the levels on support gems aren't that important, especially during the campaign. Active gems, however, super important. And we throw in the minion as well. Right, what else? We want Convocation. Good. Just looking to see if there's anything else from Act 1 we need. We do need faster attacks for our Leap Slam, which we should have done already. You can't actually buy that. You could do the library quest to do that. I'm going to be a little bit lazy and not, because we are getting that in Act 6 anyways. Not the end of the world. We're going to go to Act 2 and buy some more stuff there. Then, let's see. We're not going to be using Holy Flame Totem anymore, so we don't need these. So the majority of these gems we simply don't need anymore. Clarity anymore. Can't use Clarity. I guess it'll be okay on mana. Flame Wall we don't need. You can render all these. Combustion, Flame Wall, Holy Flame Totem, Elemental. There, sell those. We're not going to use them. Let's see. Frenzy here. Act is feeding Frenzy now. Frostbang. Convocation is here, right? Okay, we do need to do the library because we don't get Convocation. I'm pretty sure that is an Act 2. And I really do want that. That is very important. We will have to do library then. I can't be lazy. Right. So here and resummon it to move it at the moment. It will just like teleport with me. Right. So now we have a few new abilities. This thing is crazy. There's even like good memes on the Reddit about it. You will have to resummon it. I've never lost this. It does last 32 seconds. Every time it teleports to me, you'll see that it will just instant nuke everything around me. And it does even like pretty substantial damage. And then on top of that, we have our summon raiding spirits, which will do lots of damage as well. So there. We can clear with both. So these are like skulls that you summon and they'll run with you. And none of these are like permanent minions. These are all like minions you're gonna have to like keep summoning. Once we get unleashed, we'll be able to summon a lot more. Just resummon that guy whenever he's down. You can see a very, very different playstyle from what we were playing. And early on, this can be a little bit clunky, a little bit hard to get damage on, etc. Now we have more than enough, and the reason I'm choosing this ascendancy for my falling zombies is literally because of that guy. Because I might struggle with clear, we don't know, because it's a whole new gem, so it's risky. That guy, that's your clear right there. So once we find the secret zone there, gotta find 4 exclamation marks. Then on the skill tree, on the guide, we'll look at a leveling 4. So now we need to know where to put skill points next. We're going to put in the aura reservation nodes. The way they work is that it'll make it, you'll be able to run auras easier. They'll lower the cost. So that is the Guardian Ascendancy. Okay. You see that he's just shredding everything. Amazing. Even blue monsters die very quickly. Could curse them to make them die faster. Is this build good for SSF? All our league starters, unless they're specifically said that they're not good for SSF, are good in SSF, yeah. Or no. And this unique monster, Rogue Exile, instantly gone. Very nice. Will even be like decent boss damage. That's a skill just from your sensei? Yes, sir. Thank you for the sub. Right, I think for the 6 months. Alright, let's. Right. Now we have done that. Go back and buy gems we need. So let's go buy Convocation. Are there any of these we need? I don't think we need any of the free gems here. No. Alright. Convocation. Blue gem. There, now we have that. Actually, that on. Boom. And that'll bring our Sentinel Radiance to us. What were the other things I wanted? I want haste. I want determination. On Carrying Golem, which is in Act 4. We don't have that yet. We do on Feeding Frenzy and Elemental Army. Feeding Frenzy and Elemental Army. I'm going to set everything up and then I'm going to show you what links I'm using. And everything. We can grab faster attacks. There. Get rid of Herald of Ash. We're not using that anymore. Right. So, if you look now, we have Flammability, we have Convocation, we have Clarity. We'll probably be dropping that soon. Generating Spirits with minion damage, melee splash, elemental damage with attacks. We have Frostblink with Arcane Surge, and we have faster attacks with Leap Slam. We're going to put in Determination. We won't be able to use all our auras yet. We're going to put in Haste as well. We're going to be able to use all of this yet, though. And we need Elemental Army and Feeding Frenzy, which we're going to use on our Golem. Sorry, we're going to use that on our Spectre, which we don't have yet. Yeah, there's a 5 socket, but it is not 4 link. Help us. I do really want a 3 linked for when I get my Spectre. Be the end of the world, but Maybe we can get something good on our boots. So since we did find a 4-link, let's use the Whispering Essence of Greed and hope for movement speed. Did get that, and it is a 4-link, so we will actually upgrade to that. And we do have a 4-link, and we can put we can sell our old ones. Open suffix there too. Sheesh. And our resists are a little bit low. So we are going to go craft lightning resist on our boots. Now on hardcore you could run determination for more tank, or on softcore you could run haste for more speed. I'm going to choose not to run clarity. It just uses so much of my mana, and like you will have like nice mana regen with it, but I'd rather just like use my mana fast for mana regen anyway. We will use haste later. You could also run haste instead of determination and be faster, because it doesn't matter at this point if you die. No big penalty. Now, I'll get this guy up, and you'll see that he will just like obliterate everything. Whenever you have like rare enemies, you can throw your summon rating spirits down. Everything starts dying very, very quickly. I wish this was Friday. Oh my god. That is so insane. This is +1 fire with 60 life. That is like exactly what you would want. That would last you all the way to maps. It's super good. And the way this will work, it'll make your summon rating spirits do more damage. It's very, very good. Actually crazy. But now I've ruined my RNG. These are the AoE on this guy. It's pretty nice. So they're just like spawning to their death. Absolutely just spawning to their death. Now, there is actually a thing you can do if you have a hard time using convocation. Wow, there's a +1 fist shield. You can actually put it on mouse button 1. Now, as a hardcore player, I do like having a little bit more control over what I do, and I don't necessarily want to convocate him now where oh, he's not summoned. I don't necessarily want to convocate him when there's no enemies on the screen. So I like doing it manually, but you can have it on mouse button 1. As long as you have it always attack without moving, it is just a walking simulator. The purple crystals you saw is a bit of a scary mechanic. They'll like stack up under you, and when you kill the monsters, they will detonate. But a lot of people like having it on mouse button 1. You're then just literally walking simulator. You see like everything is dying incredibly fast. We're mostly picking up currency and stuff. And now you're maybe noticing that the game drops you a large amount of rares and stuff like that. At this point, if you do want to pick up everything, you're going to be doing a lot of trips to your hideout. I maybe don't want to do. I never do. A lot less. I go back. Yeah, absolute walking simulator with this gem. And that's why this is so nice for a new player. And you can play with summon raging spirits before now. They're just like a little bit weak early. Even the boss just like vaporizes. Now, I don't like having anything auto casting on mouse button 1 like that. Depends what it is, but yeah, at least not that one. For more control over when I use it. Right, now we're gonna go bank. Already unbroken. It's a very good starter because of that. It's a very good starter. It's a unique belt that we're not going to use there. It doesn't really have exciting properties for our build. Vendor everything. We can put these in here for now and start leveling them. Once we've killed the 2 bosses in the zones there, we will have to go back there now and finish the job. But once we kill the bosses here, we will get a golem. And that is a permanent minion. And it's crazy how much damage it does early. This is the thing that just follows me around forever. I've never played with this. It's a great first experience for me. Yeah, you could be using haste. Now obviously if you use it with determination, you will have no mana left. If you use it on its own, you will just be faster and squishier. But we're gonna go with determination. Like we don't exactly have damage or speed issues. This has like a burning aura around him where everything dies. Alright. So that was like a mini boss fight that our guardian just like burnt up. And that loud scream. Yeah, just easy peasy. This is why this is such a nice league starter for new players, because, well, hopefully you can feel and see at this point, it's pretty straightforward to play. Just resummon your big boy, and you'll really notice when he's not there anyway. You get loads of damage. This is really good. It's a build people could do Ubers with and stuff, like endgame bosses. There was a boss? Draw. Alright. Yeah, so that convocation skill, all that does is like bring your minions to you, like summon some on top of you. This is a jewel. They go in the skill tree. Now, sometimes you will be walking by a jewel slot for 1 point. Let's say we were traveling down here anyway, and we had a jewel slot for 1 point. Then that would be a really good one right now, because we'd slap it in for minion steal 14% damage. But later, you'll actually be able to get things that have a lot of stats on them. Anyway, let's go kill the other boss. How's survivability? Pretty good. We have pretty good survivability on this, or I would not be playing the build on hardcore. He's scary. Very good hardcore build. Not as tanky as a champion, still very tanky. So I am manually communicating, but remember you can just like put it on auto cast like I showed earlier. Resummon. We're just running through. So now it's more of a walking simulator. And some people might be thinking, well, if it's this strong now, is it stronger or weaker later? Does this fall off? So it kind of levels with you. So it's pretty much just at this level. So it solves the clear issue for any build. That's particularly why I want to do raise zombies with this, because that's a build I'm very scared of the clear on. So at least I have this to fall back on. It seems like your sentinel's teleporting to you when you get far enough away. Do you have a need convocation if you're fast enough? Yeah, you do. You still need it. There's no reason not to have it. There's no reason not to have it. It gives you so much more control over where he is. Because, like, if anything, I would love if he would, like, teleport on every single monster. But yeah, once you get used to it, like, oh yeah, he's about to teleport anyway, like, I'm pretty far away. Then you can just, like, go, but then on the next pack, you can use convocation. Like, now he's about to teleport to me, but now he's not. So then I use convocation. Then I never have to worry about, like, running in and not having my damage. You do have to get into the habit of resummoning him, though. Yeah, very strong. You hit the length of these maps? And that's a good while too, the dude. That's like 30 seconds. And you see, like, the SRS themselves right now don't have that much damage. They were definitely being carried by our ascendancy. Quite a lot of boss damage, though. We're about to get a little bit more damage. We get our minion. That's now. So to get that, you actually do need to go here to the Crystal Veins, and then we can go back to town after. We're going to activate the cannon. Cannon is active, and then we get here. Everything. Look at Scepter, see if there's any +1 fire gems. It's very unlikely that there will be +1 fire gems this late. And that's because that's more of an early thing. Like, you will get that early. We're at level 38 now, and we now have Unleash. Actually, we already had Carrion. I just needed to go pick it up. It's Unleash that we get now. So now we get Unleash. Replace that with minion damage, so they'll do less damage, but I'll explain how it works in a second. Summon Carrion Golem. We can actually throw minion damage on the Carrion Golem. You only need a 3-link because you're not using them for damage really. But since we happen to have a 4-link, I might as well chuck in a minion damage there. Yeah, but if I buy a minion wand, then I can't leap them. We'll just ignore that for now. But yeah, you could buy a Complicating Wand from the vendor, which will give you a little bit more damage. We don't struggle on damage at all, though. Right, we're going to summon Carrion Golem. So, what he does is he basically gives flat physical damage to our other minions, and you can only have one, and later in the game get more, but you aren't going to do that. Other than that, Unleash, what it does now, you can see that there are a number on our actual spell, and the way that works is it'll cast the original spell plus 3 more if it says 3. So if I do this now, boom, I'm getting 4 summoned raging spirits. Now this is really, really good because we will get more uptime on our SRS because we don't want to sit here and cast like this, right, to get a lot of summoned raging spirits. So we get to basically cast less often and focus more on mobility. It's perfect for this build. That means that whenever we do come to a rare like here, we can just Convocate, summon our Summon Raging Spirits, and use Flammability, and the rare is probably dead. So it's actually a really, really nice thing. It ends up being really good for boss fights, etc. as well. And the reason for that is you really want to focus on your mobility. Like I did try to show that on some of the early bosses, even like Brutus, how strong movement is. And that carries with all the way to the end game, where if you're able to just like move around, the boss is probably never going to hit you. It's kind of crazy how much damage he does, though. That's kind of correct. That is a soul eater, so rare monsters will have like scary mods. This one will eat the souls, kind of like a Val skill of everything that dies near him and gets stronger. This build is basically how to do nothing at all and still win. Yeah. Is this like a test server? Nope. Alright, we're just keeping leveling everything. We have nothing really except the Arcane Surge that we don't want to level. And we don't really need the Arcane Surge anymore. What that does is basically uses a little bit of mana regen and more spell damage on our attacks. But since we don't use the Rolling Magma anymore, we've switched off that. This zone is probably, well, one of the worst in the game. Can you briefly explain corruption? Yes, and we found a Valorb, so that's perfect. So Valorb, you can use to corrupt an item. It can corrupt a gem or a gear piece, etc. You can corrupt most things in the game, even strongboxes. And the way it works is it'll be a chance-based outcome. So there are different outcomes depending on what you are corrupting. So different for gems and different for gear. So for gems, there is a 25% chance that nothing will happen, a 25% chance for the gem to go into a Val gem if it has a Val gem. There is a 25% chance that it'll go up or down a level, and there is a 25% chance for it to go up or down in quality. It can gain 10 or lose 10 quality, and it can never go past 23. Crossplay? That's on my second bar on mouse button 5, like I explained earlier. What we showed with the hotkeys and stuff. Right, I've lied to you. I'm so sorry. Piety is still alive. Very, very dangerous in this form. This is actually probably the hardest boss in the campaign. But we make short work of it. Very, very easy. Although our Carrion Golem died, we do have to resummon it. Right, for items, Valorbs can... there's a 25% chance that it'll turn it into a rare item with 6 stats, and sometimes with 6 links. 6 links is very unlikely. You shouldn't Valorb items hoping for that. And it will re-roll it anyway, so it won't like keep the same stats. Let's see. Other than that, it will 25% chance to do nothing, 25% chance to do white sockets, and a 20% chance to give it a new implicit. So instead of lightning resist on a ring, it could do you are now immune to bleeding or immune to poison. Or instead of having nothing on a chest, because chests don't have implicits, it can be +2 AoE gems, etc. Then in the late game, there's a little bit of different stuff there. That's not important now. And that damage. This is great. I'm excited that this is like basically my league starter. I'll probably be zombies already if I get the gem though. So once you've killed a sub boss, you have to go back to town. It's annoying to summon the golem all the time though. I wish it was just a permanent minion. That would be nice. Now, 𝗢𝗏 is a little bit of a special boss. If you curse her like this with humility, she will eat your curse. You'll see it disappear from her head. She gains unholy might, which makes her do a lot more chaos damage. It's very scary. Actually, a lot of people die on hardcore here. Here. Now, we will get loads of other things from our ascendancy as well. We don't get any other different abilities like this, but we get like some block chance and a few other things. This looks like a good build for hardcore. Yeah. A little bit low on physical defense early. Have to play around that. Like to get a lightning coil. Probably what I'll end up doing. And she used to reflect the curse? No. Theory. Right. What's our grabbing next? Oh yeah, we actually have to respec a few more things that I forgot about. What level am I? 39. We actually could have a little bit more damage right now. Oh, we obviously don't need it. Heidi is now sort of fighting on our side / their side, switching a little bit. She's not 100% sure what she's doing. That kind of corrupted. Crazy damage. All right. Yeah, these always go on YouTube. Look at that damage. Beautiful. There's not much to do here. You're our little golem does everything for us. Our minions. It's nice. Generates everything. And you can like you have so much mobility. Damage is crazy good, yeah. It helps that we're over level. We're actually missing quite a lot of damage though. We'll get that now. We'll pick up everything that's like caster related. That's fine. We're still looking for a weapon. So let's identify the scepter. Would actually technically be a little good for us. Let's see. We can switch to that just because that has cast speed. At least it'll do something. So minions pretty much exclusively scale damage. Like elemental damage will not give us damage anymore. Physical won't. The flat fire there won't. The fire resist and the cast speed, however, is good on this. So we can look again for scepters. There's nothing here, but you can look here, and here you will see. Hopefully, no, there's no minion ones here. I'll go find one to show you because new players won't care that much about leap slapping and mobility and would rather just want even more damage. And yes, you can actually get that. Maybe I'll show you how. There'll probably be one here. Here, this is a calling one. So I can throw any essence, but or an alchemy on it, and the best thing here would be plus minion gems or plus all. All doesn't exist a little bit later. I think it's 50 or 60, but we could also get fire, and that would be good because our summon raging spirits is a fire gem. But it could also get a bunch of minion damage. We're just going to sell it to the vendor. I'm not going to use it, and we don't need the extra damage, but you can get that if you want. Now we can respec out a spiritual aid. We don't need that anymore. We can respec out a light of divinity. We don't need that anymore. That's spell damage, and we're not really dealing damage ourselves anymore. See, is there anything else you want to respec out of? No. We do want to keep the dexterity thing. And then we're going to take this. Are we missing a mastery skill anywhere? Yes, we're missing one. Right. This one is really, really important, actually. Navigation has a 40% cooldown recovery rate. So then it'll be even nicer, especially if you have it auto casting on mouse button 1. It'll feel really, really good. Nobody else we need to talk to. We just run on out of here. And throw these on the ground. We're never going to get a full set or hand them in. We could now technically run haste as well. We don't really use a lot of mana. And there's a life mastery you could have at the moment, which instead of the 50 life, like obviously I'll always pick the 50 life because generally play on hardcore, but you can do the one that is, oops, wrong area. 30% of mana used with life, so that it mitigates the cost a little bit. Takes it out of your life instead. But yeah, now you can enable haste and play like this. Can be a little bit annoying with your mana. If you don't have a problem with it, then you will just go faster. It can be a little bit annoying to manage. Will be easier with that life mastery. Still, we have like one race fun point left. You will get more later. And there's another orb we haven't found called the Orb of Regret, and that will give you respec points as well. How do you prioritize picking up and identifying gear? Is it sockets, links, color, and base type? So the number one thing I look at is sockets and gear, or like if it is a 4-link 4 socket with the wrong colors, then I look at the base stats. So for example, with the chest that we're wearing now, this did drop with the wrong colors, but it wasn't a strength and int base, so that I knew that it would be easy to recolor. And I'll remind you, if you forgot from earlier, the colors of items is based on the stats. So if something has 200 dexterity, it's incredibly likely it's mostly only going to give you green sockets. If it has 200 int, mostly blue. And if it has, let's say, like mine, if it has a 50 strength, 50 int or whatever, then it'll, just go between those. And you still have a chance to get green sockets. Closer to 0 the number is. Now, there is actually no item in the game without attributes. Even the early ones that don't say that they have an attribute requirement, like a simple robe and a few other items, like like the things you find early on, they do actually have a requirement and a stat requirement. It's just hidden, so they don't show it. So the starter items as well, like innovation base, will be more likely to roll dexterity items or dexterity colors. But it is based on the attributes. Okay. Health and health. It is a wow. What a boot. We'll talk about that in a second. Cult Note's just a random shield we're not going to use. This boot is insane. Now, I really want to use that. I would lose some stuff though. I would lose either Elemental Army or my Carrying Gold because I don't have anything else with 3 blue. So what I'm going to do now, first you have to pick a quest from Lonnie. Generally what I do is I look at which one of my rings are worst. So right now that's the Topaz ring, and I try to get that to hopefully get a better one. I didn't, so it's whatever. But now I have a very whatever glove. So what I want to do now is I want to look at the armor vendor and see if there's any blue gloves for sale or something that can have blue sockets like this, because then now like this is super replaceable, and these boosts can very, very easily be changed to have a red green, which is all I want. Now I'll use 1 jeweler that puts it at 4 sockets, which is fine. I only needed 2 or 3. And I will just use 1 fusing. I don't have a fusing. Well, let me introduce you to the currency vendor, and there's loads of different conversions here. So you can get an alchemy for a regret, a chance orb for a fusing for 4 jewelers, a jeweler for 2 alterations, etc. So there's a lot of different things you can buy here. They're quite good. We are actually going to buy this orb of fusing and use it there, and it 4-linked. That is normally a good thing to 4-link in one, but we don't particularly care, right? All we needed here was a red and a green. We do actually need 1 more green, so we're going to pop 1 in there. And then here, I want this to be 3 blue, so I'm going to use some chromes until I get that. I don't really care about the other stats. And I can't use this until level 42. That like explains a little bit on how I'm thinking when I'm like here, etc. In the build guide, we're now looking at number 5, and we're going to go up here for a little bit more cast speed, a little bit more life, and there will be a little bit more damage, as well as some like attribute things. There's other places we can go for more damage, but obviously, as you can see, we don't really need anything right now. We're tanky, we're high damage. The screen is vaporizing every time we complicate, and now you can see the cooldown is super low. So most people, once you have that mastery, will put it on mouse button 1. Nothing wrong with that. I just don't like doing it on hardcore. Now I'm auto casting Convocate by clicking mouse button 1. And again, you do need to have the always attack without moving. But yeah, really, really nice. It's literally a walking simulator. And this build is honestly a pretty good choice for somebody that has some impairments like losing an arm, or you're in a cast or something like that. So if you know somebody that is looking for a build where they don't have as much mobility, this isn't a bad choice for that. It doesn't have a large amount of buttons and stuff. And you can level with Summon Raging Spirits as well. It's the same setup as what we're using now. You just want to over level a little bit because it doesn't get the best amount of damage. Is it good for someone who's mostly paying attention to Netflix? Yeah. Because it autocasts. You do have to pay attention to your golem being up every 30 seconds, or just get into the habit of like, well, not golem, your guardian. You have 4-link glove in your stash? Oh yeah, I did keep something. Deal. Now we're just zoom in. Level with Absolution? I haven't tried. My first time playing Guardian after the rework. Yeah, we'll have a LA guide collab with Havoc. Be on YouTube. After this stream, I'm not streaming too long today. It'll be like 10 or 11 hours, and then I'll be spending the next 6 hours after stream recording videos. Or we have some podcasts and stuff. Here we dropped a Summon Raging Spirits with quality. Now, a lot of players would actually be tempted to be like, well, it has 5% quality. It's going to be such a big upgrade. But if I switch to this right now, it would actually be a huge downgrade in damage. And that's because it's level 1. And like I mentioned earlier in this video, our damage is based on the level of the gem. So you don't want to switch. You could level it, and then later when it's caught up, it would be good, and you would get the 5% quality. And you do want to pick up every quality gem, because there is actually a vendor recipe where once every gem you've sold totals 40% quality sold, like let's say 4 gems with 10% quality, you'll get a gem cutter prisms back. So you can actually help use that for the quality of the gems. Feel like you're leveling faster than you normally do? That's nice. Support gems now? No, that recipe can be used with active gems and support gems. The recipe changed for returning players. The recipe that's changed is that you can no longer flip a level 20 active gem. That's what's changed this patch. New players don't need to know about that. You can flip support gems. It's also not super important to mention it. Now you can see our pace has increased a lot. I'm trying to like save some time. Yeah, at least to like act 6 to 8-ish. And I have done other everything explained too. I did one where I did an hour or two of mapping. So it's not the same build as this, but there would actually probably be quite a lot of useful information there. Like I got quite a lot of feedback that people liked seeing everything explained all the way to maps. But most of the useful information is in the first 6 acts. Nice haircut, thank you. But yeah, this build like over levels or benefits so much from over leveling. It's really, really nice. And the zone we're in now is over leveling central. So during some events and stuff, hardcore players will actually sometimes go all the way to level 50 in this zone. Because you can see the density is unlike anything else. So it's super nice. Super nice. Trying to level gems. We're going at a pretty fast pace now. Lots of magic packs. Yeah, every little like cove? I don't know what you want to call it. Every little like pedestal thing here has like a magic pack. You don't like Osterary for leveling? Well, no, it's just worse than this. Here. So now what we would do is we would restart this zone. We're probably only going to do one more because we're on softcore and we already have a lot of power, so we don't need more. Here you get prompted to get a flask, and we're going to go for the granite flask. It adds a bunch of armor and then the augmentation. See if we get max charges. We could try to roll it too to see if we get something else nice. Use charges is good. Would love to get percentage armor. It's also not super important to get on this flask. Okay, we're just going to settle for the charge recovery is the main thing that I'm looking for here. Then we will keep our Quicksilver, that's charge recovery. We'll bank the one that we're not using. We don't want a vendor that is useful to keep. Flask you will need quite a lot of. Oh yeah, I did have a 4-link glove. You're right. Let's throw an essence on that. So this essence will force fire resist on the glove, and then the life that happened, that was just RNG. That was just random. That was good. Then we got there for now. What we're going to do is we're going to ditch the minion damage. We don't care about that anymore. That wasn't very important for us anyway. It would be very easy to recolor, but it does no damage compared to like anything else in our setup. That's why we don't care about it. We're switching. So we switched our gloves on our boots. So we're still Feeding Frenzy, Carrying Will, Elemental Army. Faster attacks, haste, leap, slam. Important to note, some support gems will increase the reservation cost of your active skills. Like off your auras. So if I had Arcane Surge next to an aura, that would make the aura cost more without really benefiting anything. So important to know. Mana is very precious. Explodey Ghost. Kill you. Got a Quicksilver there. I mean, we can see if it's better. And at this point, especially on hardcore, I like looking for a instant life flask that is on a level 42. Would be really, really nice. Sacred would be fine as well. And on a hallowed life flask, it would be really nice at this point, especially because we have so little mana left. We get a roll called Enduring. And if you use a glass bar bauble, this is the same as the armor scrap and the blacksmith whetstone, but specifically for flasks. And on life and mana flask, it'll increase the amount of stuff that they're healing you for and giving you mana. And on utility flasks, like a granite, it'll make them last longer. So if I throw this on now, you can see that the amount, it turns blue. And generally when something's turned blue, that means it's altered from its base. So we're going to do that now. And the enduring thing is a prefix. So every time we get a suffix, we'll use a augment. We're looking for enduring, and I'll show and teach you how that works. They're not too bad to roll. Now, keep your old flask, because enduring actually gives you a lot less mana than a normal flask, but there is a cool trade-off. Now, you might have noticed normally when you hit full mana, your flask stops working, but with enduring, it doesn't. And that's really, really nice for a build such as this, where I'm not using a lot of mana, but I also don't have a lot. So now, by just tapping my flask like 3, 4, 5 now and again, I'm at full mana all the time, and I no longer have to worrying about running out. So it's really, really nice for that. Now, if you were still, if you're confused about your mana, you might accidentally be using Vitality or Clarity at this point. You don't want to use that this late. We're just killing the monsters here. We will pick up the... Ooh. A lot of corpse detonation. There's another martyr. There can be some very scary ghosts. Then I just have the golem that I'm like recasting in roughly every 30 seconds. There, we got some more damage right before the boss. That's huge. So we got a little damage upgrade there. And then we got Lord of the Dead for even more damage. Some life on our minions. And I have forgotten to resummon my... We'll put that on E. I hate golems. I am super anti-golems. They're the worst thing ever, and I always forget to resummon them. I hate them. But they do give us damage. They do give us damage. You can see how easy the boss dies, and this is just at level 44. In the previous chamber, you could very easily level all the way to 50, especially if you're a new hardcore player. This would be super strong. You'd probably just like snap the boss out of existence. You can see that I'm just like basically casually casting a 7 rating spirits every 3 or 4 seconds. And I'm like recasting this every 30 seconds, the Sentinel of Radiance. I'm just casting some Complicate now and again. Cursing my enemy with Flammability. Hey, I'm new to the game. I was wondering what should I use to clear the game. So the thing I'm recording right now for YouTube is actually a 7 or 8 hour tutorial. So it's you play along to this. It'll be up on YouTube in a few days. You play along to this, and I'll tell you literally everything about the game that you should know. I mean, there'll be a few things I'll forget or not explain well enough, but most things. And it'll be a really strong build. A lot better than doing your own thing the first time. PoE is infamous for how bad its respec options are in the early game. Alright, he's all dead. We're like very, very little we're starting to pick up now. Generally, for what to pick up, let's see. We'll look at the rings for sure. We'll pretty much always be picking up rings and amulets. If this had an open suffix, I would probably replace my lightning ring with it. I probably still will, actually. Oh, but it has dexterity on it that I need for my haste. Okay, it's a little bit tricky. A little bit tricky. But yeah. Other than that, if I didn't need the dexterity, I probably would have replaced that. Can also take dexterity up there. We're not right next to it right now, sadly. But yeah, at the moment, what I would be doing, and again, a little bit harder for a new player, so there's nothing wrong with picking up quite a lot of rares. And hopefully you have a rough idea on what's like a decent thing now, right? Like life and resist, and then an open suffix, particularly, is what we're looking for. On weapon, we're mostly looking at fire, spell, skill, gems, plus level. Minion damage is good as well. Right, we got an Orb of Binding. This is really interesting because if used on an item that is item level 35 or more, it'll work like an alchemy. It'll make it rare with 4 to 6 stats, but it'll also make it 4 socketed and 4 linked, and then you can recolor it afterwards. So that's a really, really good thing to find during the campaign because you really do want to have 4 links, and maybe the socket pressure is the #1 thing you care about. Right. Right now, we just gotta run through this zone. Little quest done so we can progress. Our inventory's full. We'll just throw that out. Normally you wouldn't bother throwing that out because you would just go sell it. Crafting recipe here. Alright, let's talk to Lonnie. We'll probably grab a cobalt jewel. That does have more things like minion damage on it than the red one would. Sell these, and obviously we didn't need our old mana potion anymore. Problem with that. We're gonna roll the Hallowed Life. First we'll use an augment because it did have an open prefix. We're using alterations until we either see a standalone suffix or that. So now we could use a augmentation, and that would give it random stuff. However, there's something else really cool I want to show you. So earlier we mentioned Einar, and he has a menagerie. You might need to talk to him to be able to access this zone. But once you go here, there's a blood altar. And now, let's say 𝗢𝗎𝗓 has been really pesky and annoying for us so far. If we add off convection, it costs 4 yellow beasts. This will turn this into a 𝗢𝗎𝗓 potion. So generally, the popular choices for these is the 𝗢𝗎𝗓 and also the corrupting blood or bleed immune are generally the two that people choose to go for here. Those are the two options. Right. See, what are we grabbing next? We want some strength and dexterity here. This will also give us all resist, and we're about to lose a bunch of resists. So this is really, really nice. What did you just do? Upgrade the potion to help with what? So I'll explain it again. So since that had an open suffix, instead of using an augmentation to just randomly hope that I get 𝗢𝗎𝗓, I went to bestiary and I forced 𝗢𝗎𝗓 on it. I just forced it on it. Now it does give it to you at the lowest tier, but now if I open a chest, I can just hit my 𝗢𝗎𝗓 potion. I'm no longer frozen. Yeah, people do summon raging spirits on loads of different classes. There's pros and cons to everything. Even do it on a champion. Right, the mirror that I passed through is something called the Mirror of Delirium, and things will get stronger the further away you go from the mirror, and it sort of like starts expanding in a donut shape, so eventually it'll expire eventually. But while you're inside it, you can try to kill as many monsters as possible, and you see the stack is going up here in the bottom left, and your rewards are increasing. If you hit exactly 4 on one of them, it'll guarantee something called a cluster jewel, which is actually an expansion to your skill tree to make it larger and self-crafted. It's kind of interesting. If I manage to get 4 like that, now if I end it, which I have hotkeyed, it's in options, but I have hotkeyed that I can end it by clicking B, or you can click that button. Now it'll end and give me a bunch of rewards, including 1 cluster jewel. So that wasn't like a very interesting one. There will be some for our build, like minion damage, etc., that we can actually use. Start identifying rings. No, nothing really good there. Mostly like glancing and looking at life and resist. Then we are about to kill 𝗢𝗨𝗧𝗗𝗗. A little bit messed up on inventory space. This is also helped a lot by banking things. Banking often is good. There, we get a skill point for that side quest, and then we'll just vendor everything here. We just want as many alterations as possible. Normally, we would vendor the gems once we have a total of 40 quality. We can keep the flame dash. Just clearing out my inventory a little bit. Ignore that. Super important. There, so now we've sold everything in our inventory. And we can just bank things. Less important to keep everything on us right now. Trying to run out of space very fast. We'll take the armor whetstone scraps and we'll just sell those. We have a bunch of wisdoms. We keep running out all the time. Take a quick break and then we're going to do 𝗢𝗨𝗧𝗗𝗗 preparation and 𝗢𝗨𝗧. Mention a little bit about that. I'll be right back. devastating being the only person at home in the house because my cats wants like constant attention. So when I went to the bathroom real quick, I'll show you. My cats had like brought toy and they were both just sitting there and then looking at me and then looking at the toy and they're like, we want to play. They bring it to me. Very cute. Cute. Alright. So now we're going to do some 𝗢𝗨𝗧𝗗𝗗 prep. Getting practical application helps because we get some more res. And now we want to go back to hideout. Go back to hideout. We're going to craft resist someplace. See, we need lightning resist specifically. That's all we need as well. There. Oh, we have no activate our stash when you don't have a currency tab. Annoying. And toxic. Right, there. Now we've crafted lightning resist, and now we have at least 105 in every resist, and that means we're ready to take on 𝗢𝗨𝗧𝗗𝗗 because we will lose 30% res when we kill 𝗢𝗨𝗧𝗗𝗗. So let's go back to the ruined square. Hey, bike, Kitsuyo. Can you start everything over? No, sorry. Yeah, everything explained right now. We're gonna look at gem info after. All right. So we're just gonna run through to 𝗢𝗨𝗧𝗗𝗗 and then we're gonna get to Act 6. Divination card roped over there. The standoff, not super interesting to our build. Generally, you do want to always pick up things like that though. They don't take up too much space. Let's go. We're just jumping away. We're so fast now. This is why you want to keep a scepter, because you can't do this with a wand. So while you do get more damage, you obviously don't need any damage on this build. We can pick up the boots just in case they're crazy, but we already have very, very nice boots. Very good Alkengo build. Say Deadeye, LA is a Alkengo build. Loads of wisdom scrolls, and now things are starting to like group up. You'll see more and more of that. Killed an exile. Fun fact about exiles, they actually drop one of each gear that we are wearing because they are like corrupted versions of us. So they drop 2 rings, an amulet, either a quiver and a bow, etc. Like they'll drop a full set of gear, basically. Kind of cool. They'll drop their gear set when they die. Plus some random other items. Things they've like killed. Alright, nothing good there. We'll get faster and faster at identifying. So one thing that's nice is that we can like kind of pre-stack a lot of our damage here. We have 15 7 raging spirits just beating him to death. Now you want to focus a lot on his moves. I don't know. You can probably get one shot, maybe not with a flask camp, but he is actually pretty scary. And like between stages, we'll resummon our dude. That one creates like red things on the ground and they'll like detonate on the last one. Yeah, quite a lot of damage here. The boss doesn't really get to do much and we're not particularly overleveled. You can be way more overleveled than this, obviously. With SRS, oh, we want to blink out of the way of those. They're very, very fast. And this is actually... No, I was going to say Piety is the hardest boss in the campaign, but this is probably the hardest boss in the campaign. There's an Act 10 version of this fight as well, but you generally overlevel so much because you're preparing for maps. You overlevel a lot in preparation for that, and he doesn't have a slam. And the slam is the really scary part, which is the one I like barely dodged there, and that can one-shot you. So this is like probably the highest kill count boss. And now we're about to fake lose to the boss. Or rather, we're forced to lose to the boss. Late here. This is very slow compared to normal. I guess I spent like quite a lot of time in Act 1. Not too bad. Thought it was slower. I did stay on the beach for a while. Yeah, scripted death. Right, now you'll see that we've lost a bunch of resistances and we will now lose experience when we die. You cannot de-level, but you will lose experience. Now we're going to do this side area, and this is the thing you only need to do once per league, but it'll unlock Lily to actually put in your hideout, and then even for new characters, you'll be able to buy gems whenever. So this is like quite nice. You always want to remember to do this as you get here on hardcore, because if you die a little bit later, at least your next character will have an easier time. But you do have to kill every single monster in this zone. More monsters. Dude just appears out of thin air and like the air just incinerates them. Very easy to like accidentally leave some monsters here. There, we've killed everything. So many days have passed since you first woke up on the beach. Oh, I can't remember what the timeline stuff in the lore is. So now Lily will appear up there once you go past the 3rd zone or something. If you want to hand it in early, you can just run down here and hand it in to her. You now see that she can sell any gem, support and active. That isn't drop only. Nice that it shows how many are left if you're looking for some. Yeah. Also write /remaining. Shaken, not stirred. Now, summon raiding spirit minions will not be complicated because they're not a permanent minion. He isn't either, but more permanent than the summon raiding spirits. Generally always like grab every essence I can because you're going to need a lot of crafting, especially later. Even low essences like the ones we just found is pretty good for rings and amulets. They're not super good at the late game. At this low of a tier, Amethyst Flask, we're going to ignore that. It's a flask that gives you Chaos Resist. Chaos Resist is not very important during the campaign. It's not something you care about. Sometimes a league mechanic will change that, where it will be important during the campaign, but most of the time not. And Chaos Resistance has become increasingly important in the game. Run through the Delirium again, and now you're starting to see there's like more and more mechanics. And there is a large amount of mechanics in Path of Exile. We won't even explain all of them. And I actually have a video that I think it's a 40-minute video, and it spends less than 2 minutes on every single league mechanic to explain like a TLDR of what the gist of it is and whether it's worth learning or not. Like, is this an important mechanic? Is it a rewarding mechanic? And what type it is. Like, for example, there's a mechanic called Blight, which is like tower defense. Things like that. It's like a quick TLDR video, and then you can just look up each individual mechanic that you want to try to learn and what you think sounds fun for you. So that's cool. Zoom in. Want to kill blues? Almost all the mechanics are really good and add something. Yeah. They're generally all worth doing. But you're not missing out and don't have to worry too much about doing every single thing in the game because you'll just be overwhelmed as a new player. Like, most of the mechanics, they were added like one at a time, and we only had to learn one mechanic. Like, now with Affliction, there'll be a new mechanic coming in. But we got to learn them one at a time. Whereas when you're a new player coming in, it's like, here's 40 mechanics. So that can be very overwhelming. Temple and Expedition, since I know those best? Yeah. Haven't met those yet. Here. Trying to think how much more it actually like changes now until Act 8. Pretty fast though. This is actually not a bad leveling zone too. There's quite a lot of monsters here, but Chamber of Innocence is so insane. If you've leveled in Chamber of Innocence, you'd be like, see by now. Do the gems level up normally? Only if you click them. If you don't click them, they don't continue gaining experience. Yeah, this is going to be a collab with Subtractim. Be up on YouTube if it's not already. There. Is there ever a point in not leveling gems? Yeah. Usually don't talk about it here because it's more of an advanced thing. Well, I mean, it's worth talking about for Cast or Damage Taken, I guess. So there's a gem that we don't currently have called Cast or Damage Taken. So you can do like, when you're taking damage, fire off a reactionary defense thing, which is really nice. And the way that works is it's based on the required level of how easy it is to proc. And let's say if you level Cast on Damage Taken to level 20, it'll take a lot of incoming damage for it to proc and then pass whatever it's connected to, which in most cases is a defensive thing. Like there's something called Molten Shell, gives you a bunch of extra defense based on your armor. Now, so that means that there's a really good benefit in having it at a low level, because then it'll proc quite often and give you lots of defense. And if you have it at the high level, it might proc too late and never save you. So that's an example where most guides will have a level 1 Cast on Damage Taken and a level 10 Molten Shell. Those levels are because it's based on the required level of both gems. They need to be the same or lower than the Cast on Damage Taken for it to cast. But other than that, you generally want to level most gems. Anyway, I wanted to show this. This is Expedition, one of Path of Exile's old link mechanics. You basically place down bombs. The number one thing to look out for, which I don't think we had any of here, there'll sometimes be yellow text of an immunity. So if this said immune to fire damage, we would not be able to kill this pretty much. These chests can give like loads of loot, and they have like a shop where you can reroll for the 𝗢𝗓𝗓𝗧𝗗𝗗 that you saw me find. They'll be really excited. Be surprised they didn't get us killed. Who's the big flaming guy following you around? That is our Ascendancy, the Guardian. That is like a part of our Ascendancy. First point we take. What is the difference between a League starter and a regular build? Should I expect to use the second build to clearing in content? So it's becoming less and less necessary. But generally, for the most of the League starters we make, they have a really high, a really low floor, but maybe does a low ceiling, right? So it doesn't need any special uniques. It doesn't need any like special crafts or rare drops, but it comes online very, very quickly and is really, really strong. And lately, with all the power creep we're having, we are seeing League starters go further, as in they may be able to do like all the bosses and all the Ubers and stuff. But there are builds in Path of Exile, so as a quick example, stat stackers, etc. Like they scale by stacking thousands of strength and intelligence or dex. They can be extremely expensive. And they might have a really, really high floor, so they might be extremely expensive, like weeks and weeks to actually even start playing the build. But you can keep scaling that build and it'll eventually like literally one-shot bosses. Now lately there's been more exceptions like this. Like Explosive Arrow was one of the first bosses where it was a really good League starter, and it was also able to very easily kill all the Ubers and for new players even kill endgame bosses. So most people will choose a build that just comes online really fast, unlocks the early parts of the endgame, farms currency, and there's a lot of us that play solo self-found mode, and we will play builds like that as starters and then choose our next build based entirely on what we drop. Because you might get a really, really rare item. So sometimes, and this very, very frequently happens to me, I might get a crazy rare item and then decide to build around it. And I'll often get asked like, oh my god, that item is so perfect for your build. How did you get that? And I'm like, well, this is why I'm doing the build. Because it's such a rare drop. And no matter what, you will get rare drops. You will get things that you are technically unlikely to get. But you're technically never gonna drop what you want. Is a good way to think about it. After killing this boss, you can go into the Warden's Chambers here, and there's a recipe here that I usually don't bother with. You don't actually need to go through the Prisoner's Gate. It's the same as the last Brutus. The waypoint is auto-captured. Now, there is 2 side quests here. We're actually just going to skip real quick. And the matter of speed is just pretty easy fight with this, especially. You'll just like convocate on him and he'll die. But yeah, we're just going to run past it so that we save some time. Fox just raided the channel, and the raid message is, where is Righteous Fire? I will show you guys. So if I use Convocate right now, you can see that everything on the screen burns. Very similar to Righteous Fire. Can I introduce you to your Righteous Fire is basically Radiant Crusade. So if you feel like your skill from last thing got nerfed, this is basically Righteous Fire. Enjoy. You can burn things. Thank you for the raid. And Havoc, thanks so much for the raid as well. RF has been saved. Keep moving here. We have Righteous Fire home. True. Basically Righteous Fire. Then there's another skill point in the side quest here as well. Run through and talk a little bit about how we approach maps and stuff at the end. Yeah, here, after you get the waypoint, if you go to the left, how do you scale its damage? You don't. You level up. It just stays really high damage. And just kills everything on the screen. Don't need anything. You forgot Abrath? Yeah, that's what I just explained. Very smooth leveling experience. Hopefully new players are enjoying it. I don't know if anyone's playing along while waiting for Affliction. They're just waiting. So poorly balanced, it's crazy. I mean, you do get a lot of power from other ascendancies too. Like, there's a very big chance that I will reroll my build away from this on day 1. The main reason I'm doing this is simply because of the insane clear on this in case Zombies doesn't get good clear. But if Zombies has good clear, then I might want to be a champion because I'm a hardcore player, so I'll get loads of defense from that. Right. And SRS do Sanctum. It is one of the best builds for Sanctum. Not so much with the Guardian, that is literally the Summon Raging Spirits doing the heavy lifting. No idea on what Wellwood Ascendancy I would take until we get to see more of the tinctures and stuff, and more of the charms called? Are they called charms? Alright, next zone, the Beacon. Look at this speed, man. It's so nice. It honestly is so nice. My first time playing with the dude. And again, remember you can put Convocate on mouse button 1 if you'd like it. Honestly, it's so low cooldown, even I might. I just like having a little bit more control over it. Oh, I'm bleeding. Everywhere. It'd be kind of fun if when your character is bleeding, it just starts spraying out and leaving stuff on the ground. Well, none of our link starters are really looking into transfigured gems because we don't know how common they're going to be and stuff like that. That's why we all have very like safe league starters. They'll just be good no matter what. I am personally starting one with transfigured gems, but we put like every warning I could think of on that build. You really want to be careful when starting something that's been reworked or is new. I have fire and lightning burn grass, yeah. Because what if it's a 5% chance when you put in a gem that it's the gem you want? And what if it's actually really hard to get the transfigure gem? Are you going to spend your entire day one in normal lab? We looked into zombies on Totem. I will. Yeah, me too, but... Any advice on a new player getting into PoE? The amount of guides and crafting and mechanics is terrifying. You're asking for yourself or for a friend? This that I'm doing right now is supposed to help get new players. And I have several of these for different builds. And it's basically, I'm going through the entire game and explaining everything as a new player. Thank you, Neo. Right, here there's a little trick once you've like moved these all the way there. And you can go and just blink down. A little shortcut. Go to the Brand King's Reef. I am the Lord of Light now, look at this. Can you jump that as well with leap time? Yeah, I think so. Speedrun tactics. Yeah, I always like to make like the second half of the video. Like I feel like I spend like an hour or two in Act 1 and 2. Like I spent so much time early because there's so much to explain early. But now we've sort of like explained most things. Well, not really, but we've explained a lot. It's not as dense content now. I like things to explain as we come across the league mechanics. There's a few more things I want to explain. Other than that, I just want to rush towards Act 8 and then explain the starter maps. I did do that in One Everything Explained in a separate episode. I think it was the last one where I went all the way to maps. Because that was a pretty fast build and like, even faster than this. I think it only took me like 4 hours to get to maps. That was easy. It didn't make it as long a video. We leveled Magma Orb early. Look at that damage. And we're pretty safe. Like you'll notice that a lot of things aren't even attacking us. They're attacking our carrying golem, etc. And like being like stunned a lot. Who is the fish lady? That's a quest giver in Act 1. She's now put on a ruby necklace. She's being cursed, kind of. See that she's wearing a necklace, kind of hard to see, but put on Merveil's ruby necklace. Why Merveil was a fish lady. She used to be the most beautiful girl in all of Ray class, and then Doresso gave her a necklace, and it was cursed. He was like, "Oops, my bad." She's good. She's just cursed. She hasn't done anything wrong. Except get cursed. Right, now we're looking for like weapons that can have +1 gems. We could look at a staff too. Nah, we wouldn't even use one. Identify. So there will be some uniques that are worth keeping. Without having a friend that'll tell you what unique is good or not, you're kind of screwed as a new player and you'll just end up hoarding everything. These are actually good, so you would keep these. They will sell for something on day 1. Most things you find during the campaign probably won't. This would sell as well, a 8 cluster, even though it's bad. Somebody would probably want it early. They're like an expansion for your skill tree, and they fit in these large jewel sockets. They're different than a basic one. I've forgotten to use skill points for so long because we were so powerful. I didn't even think about it, so we gained a bunch of damage. I didn't even think about it. We'll take this as a quest reward. We have found a Chaos Orb. Also, I refuse to explain Engineering Orb. Just don't pick them up if they drop. They're stupid and shouldn't be in the game. They're quality for strong boxes. Such a waste of like just having something in the game, in my opinion. Anyway, Chaos Orb. This is the main currency used for trading, at least for a long time. There will be another one called Divines, which is like your end game most used currency for like big things. But yeah, I have 2. This is also to reroll an item, so that was really good. It'll reroll an item between 4 and 6 stats. And have 3 prefixes to 3 suffixes. And yeah, it is the staple for trading. So some items will be hundreds and hundreds of chaos. Let's see, now we can craft life on it. It's a really, really good helmet. Very good helmet. Sell our old one. Also, holding control when you talk to a vendor will automatically open up the sales thing. Craft cold res here on this. Don't need to do the expensive one for 1 alchemy. Like, crafting reagents are pretty good to keep. Ta-ta. No specters. We don't use specters this early. We use specters at the end game. Now you can see that we are starting to use more and more mana. So with our SRS, it is actually starting to use more mana than our enduring can recoup. There's a side area here with a little castle. There's a dirty lockbox you want to pick up. This will give us our first quartz flask. Quartz is incredibly strong, and this is like really hard. You're not going to really know this as a new player unless you're told. And I'll give a quick demonstration for why it's so powerful. Exclamation mark playlist. There. Right. So let's see. I just want to get like there. That's fine. So now we're gonna go down to just 1 life flask. Like most new players will like having 2. I'll show you something really cool. So let's unsummon my carrion golem so that that's not distracting our enemy. So now we have no summons. So if I'm actually getting hit right now, you can see that I'm taking a lot of damage. And running around them like this, yeah, that's good. But running through them, most monsters in Path of Exile simply can't hit you. So it's like the biggest defense. And that's why you'll see people at the end game, they're running like face first into content, and they're very rarely, if ever, getting hit. And that's because of that flask, the quartz flask. And very, very often when somebody does die, you'll see maybe it's like their quartz flask dropped off and they got stuck and they got hit. Smuggler's Cache, this is an entire side game mechanic called Heist. So it'll give you like different areas. It's like Marmite. It's Path of Exile's Marmite. People either love it or they hate it. And it just is getting a bit of a rework. Patch. Rewards. Oh yeah, my carrion. Needed that much, but yeah. Ice Enjoyers. But yeah. Quartz Flask, very, very strong. Are Quartz Flask kind of bad on melee builds? No, it's almost mandatory on melee builds. Like getting stuck on monsters is a surefire way to die. Oh, the tanky essence. Essences are very scary. At the end game, essences are surprisingly pretty much the tankiest thing you will ever encounter. Some even being tankier than actual end game bosses. I'm not joking, sadly. I wish I was. They just kind of have like unfortunate stacking of damage and defense. They can be kind of crazy. So nice attack speed though. You know what? I think I will try playing with complication on mouse button 1 for a bit. Literally walking simulator, my friends. So there's a trial here. And now you'll notice now that I'm walking so fast and moving at this speed, I'm actually safer for traps. You can see if I'm like walking through like this, I might actually die. But if I'm running through like this, look how little damage I'm taking, because there's not really enough surface area at the speed I'm going for the trap to deal a lot of damage to me. Yeah, Lyra, of course. Ethel said nice essay. I don't like it on mouse button 1. Sometimes isn't ready on cooldown when I want to activate. The lower you are, the better it is. Foiled wand. On a +1 fire for our weapons. So we don't really have a good weapon right now. Not bad boots, but we already have so insane boots. Sell things. This practice? Nope, this is everything explained. Adari, thank you so much for the raid, dude. Don't know if you told people, but we did a secret podcast, an off-stream podcast that'll be on YouTube whenever my editor uploads it. But it was really good. Really good. Really good talk. Fun. Cool. Yeah, I'm excited. I hope people like it. I've been thinking about doing it for a bit, and I just messaged him like, "Are you free now?" He was like, "Yeah, sure. Do it." Yeah, he has been playing PoE a bit. And you'll be playing this league. Right. You'll notice everything from the second part is like, you know, Act 1 through 5 all over again. But like now it's different. We need to put this quest item in here. And this is basically your first map. So this is simulating Path of Exile's endgame. And the endgame is a little bit like this, where there'll be areas that look similar to things of the campaign, but there will be additional map mods. So you can like make it like really, really dangerous. And then the higher up you get, you will start getting whole new different pieces of content. Shit tons of bosses. There's like 20 bosses or something. Plus there's a map boss in every map, but I don't really count that as a boss. A lot of content. I don't know. I don't really farm Delirium, to be honest. Will the falling zombie be just a simple swap? Yeah. Shouldn't be a large swap. We want to be able to fall back on this if falling zombies isn't good or isn't good early. Plan. Okay, I actually do hate having convocation on mouse button 1. Crit SRS? No idea. That. Crit. Are you gonna farm it early though? Yeah, I will most likely farm it early. I will most likely farm the Transfigure Gem on Affliction launch early. Thank you for the raid, dude. Big gold fellow, that's our ascendancy. Alright, there's one more trial here. Then we could do our cruel ascendancy. Zoom in. So without, if you are using a wand for more damage, you also want to use Flame Dash. Can't use Leap Slam. That's charges. Then next up, we would take Unwavering Crusade is good early. And for this build, you do take that next. For zombies, I'll be taking something else. Depends a little bit how things are going. What I need. For this build, we would take the auras and gain an insane amount of damage. Insane amount of damage. We're actually going to go without that. We have enough damage. We want to progress right now. We don't need more power. How powerful we are. That's what makes this such a good league starter. Like you've like watched from the scratch and you've seen all the power. We haven't had anything prepared or anything. Very strong. There, our minions got a little bit more accuracy now, so they won't miss as much. Really see your minions' accuracy anywhere. Going. Thanks, Jim. Okay. Look at that. 2 mini bosses just like slaughtered. Yeah, no, Leffen. Right, here's the next zone. Interesting DPS, yeah. So nice. Yeah, we do collabs with loads of streamers. A lot more on YouTube. Should always do a lot more collabs. Collabs good. Corpa. ASAP. They did. Look at that damage. And we don't even have our second ascendancy yet, which is even more damage. And normally this is where I would do my ascendancy. Because it's around level 55, I think. So I like doing it now. You could wait a little bit, but you will just shred everything at this point. You can pick up the rogue markers and all the high stuff like that. It was worth going to the rogue harbor. You just click a marker and it takes you there. You can see if it's a mechanic you like. A lot of people do like it, and a lot of people hate it. Isn't the leveling totally cracked? It is actually totally cracked. Very tanky. I did crazy damage. Very nice. Definitely gonna solve my clear issues on the zombies if I have clear issues. So nice. Leveling here. Everything explained. It's like where I explained for new players how the game works. We're just gonna get to late Act 8, and then we're gonna look at the new T-gems. Then I'm gonna go off stream, and we're gonna spend 5 or 6 hours recording videos. Sleep, and then I'm gonna go to hospital tomorrow. Give some gifts and stuff, and then we are gonna maybe race with Steel as a practice, and then we're doing a podcast. Okay, in that zone you need to click all 7 fireflies. Once you have 7, you can leave. You need to kill this for a skill point, and we are missing 2 skill points too, the 2 I told you about that we skipped earlier. Jump back out. Oh, we're not playing with Steel, we're playing against him. Still play solo. I think we plan on leveling together. What's the DPS? Haven't a clue. I never really look at damage numbers. Very rarely. They're in the build guides. A lot. I look at damage numbers when I have a problem with my damage. Then I'm like, something's wrong. But if I'm like insta-killing anything, I'm like, you know what? I have enough damage. You're gonna have Steel racing against the Guardian. Is that fair? Well, it depends how long we're racing. Because early, this is pretty slow. And then, yeah, at this point, it won't be fair. Actually, it's a bit fucked up at this point. So fast. Is very, very fast. How do you know if you get an upgrade in damage? I mean, I have so much time spent in the game. I just know what scales my damage and stuff. For this build, it's gem levels mainly and minion damage. I have not found a fire gems weapon, sadly. We could also go check the vendor and see if there's anything with a lot of minion damage and stuff. Like for example, this thing, it does use a lot of int. I can't even use it. Like if I use an alchemy on this could get minion damage, but it didn't. Could also get minion gem levels. Okay. Oh, whoops. Oh, they got a reward. We'll take the boots that have. We're just gonna take the blue ones. Whatever. We're not really gonna get an upgrade from ours. Right, let's see. Where are we supposed to have skill points? Are we on leveling 6? I think we have everything that we're supposed to have so far. Oh, we're missing the 16% more damage. And then we're gonna go right on this. What's better? +1 fire, +1 minion. For this build, it doesn't really matter. Well, +1 minion. But like our big dude doesn't get affected by any of that. I guess minion damage will affect him. Minion damage should affect him. Bone helmet? No. Need a bone helmet. Minion AoE is super good early for him, yeah. Our node here for that. A minion AoE here somewhere. Did they move it? The crit one. I can't even remember where they moved minion AoE. I don't even know, dude. SRS is so powerful. Yeah, that's why we have it as a league starter. This zone is pretty annoying layout-wise. You're a new player. Kind of like straight ahead of the entrance. It's over here on the right. But there's a few layouts where it can be pretty tricky. And we hand in our 7 fireflies. A cool thing that I actually probably could have mentioned earlier, the summon raging spirits will go towards where you're aiming. So if I'm casting here, they'll go here and then go towards enemies. But if I click on the right, they'll like already go towards that. They're kind of like smart. Keep always killing like blue monsters and stuff. It does make a pretty big difference. Generally, you do want to get into the habit of trying to keep your flasks up all the time. There's very, very much power in flasks, so much so that there are entire ascendancies built around like flasks and empowering your flasks. Very, very strong. You have any tips on reading the previous zone? Like, layout tips really aren't that important, but there's only 3 layouts on that zone. There's only, like, the exit is only in 3 different spots. So it's actually pretty easy to read. If you do want to learn layout, best thing you can do is make a high movement speed character and run through the zone repeatedly. That's what I did. No, you have the carrying golem in the game set up too. Just flat fizz. Huge. Just hug the inner wall. Doesn't always get you there. Minion offense mastery. Oh yeah. We could actually take that right now. We could actually take that just for leveling. It'll be slightly less like single target. But I think I'd rather have that. Wait, do we have a second one? Oh, we have 2. We can take that here. We can take that here. It is in the guide actually as well. I just didn't think that we had 2. There, now it is even more AoE. It is in the guide at least. We got the second one there. So now we have even more AoE on our dude. So now it's like half the screen. Burns when we convocate. And dies. Plus and minus on your keyboard. You can zoom out of the map over there. Look at that. So nice. Build this full block easily. Yeah, we did get quite a lot of block. Very, very nice build. It's such a good build to like build up currency and stuff for other builds. There's nothing like crazy you need on this. Very nice. Yeah, this is a collab with Subtractum. It'll be up on YouTube later. This boss is pretty straightforward. In stage 2, she has like an annoying pulse attack that you want to move out of the way of. Other than that, boss does virtually nothing. Honestly, everything does virtually nothing as does now. Just move away from when she was like trying to position. She went to do a different attack, so she's dead. You can also instantly leave here. The next act is unlocked. But now you kind of understand why we're starting to recommend this as a build guide. Be nice, Melphis. Also, this is like a free build. You don't need any currency for this. Not spoiling, but wow. Yeah, people have been spoiling quite a lot. I'll look at it after this. I just want to do this because I know it helps a lot of new players. It'd be interesting. Honestly, I could have picked a better build in terms of the fact that there's a swap in it. But I think it's a pretty small swap. I think it'll be pretty swallowable for new players. And look at this power. SRS good for ultimatum. Yeah, but you might want there's a cluster jewel thing you can do that like the SRS they can't be damaged for the first 4 seconds after they're summoned. That could be nice so that you don't get overwhelmed, so that your minions aren't instant dying. That could be nice, I think. Oh, I forgot to add in our skill point. We are missing a few skill points too, so we could be quite a lot more powerful. And obviously if you overlevel, you'll be even more powerful. A lot of power here. I think anyone league starting this is guaranteed to have a good time. Now, it doesn't have a super low ceiling, but it doesn't have a super high one either. It's got like a bit of a mid ceiling. You can probably kill Ubers on this. But a lot of new players, they do like really glass cannon builds for Ubers that don't have any defense. So they just ignore mechanics. Look at this, dude. So nice. Because I'm like kind of unfamiliar with how it is super in-game. I haven't played. Oh! Those circles kill you. They're scary. Don't stand in them like I just almost did. What boss? So yeah, walking simulator build. It literally will not get smoother than this. It's so nice. Plus rebirth on the medium cluster. Prevents damage for 4 seconds. Yeah, it's so nice. Holy shit, this is really a smooth. That's what we recommend with league starters. Because I was going to make one like this myself, and then I was reaching out for collabs, and Subtractum was like, I'm making a Guardian SRS, and I'm like, that's perfect, then I don't have to make one. I love collabing with other creators. The more we can do that, the better. Put out more guides for people. Show more people good, strong things. And show people other good creators. So now we're going to come up and a pretty hard fight, 𝗢𝗓. It's probably the second or third highest fight in the campaign, especially when they sometimes bug it out and make it extra hard. Not bitter. Bitter at all. Oh, Lapis Amulet. We'll pick that up. We always pick up rings and amulets. Is there a reason you don't want to run this build? So I'm technically starting as this build, but then trying out the Falling Zombie build. It's a new gem. Right, so to start this fight, you need to hit the wheel in the middle, but you might not notice that the wheel becomes available once the fight starts, so you can click it again. And that will make her go away, but it also removes the mechanic that makes you take more damage, make you do less damage, or makes you slower. So actually just hitting that mechanic, it'll take the fight slightly longer, but you also have a way less chance of dying. I hope you're kidding, Fortico. I'm very tempted to permaban you. IRL streams, true. Alright. Been his third time in 10 minutes. Oh, just perma him then. So what just happened was a monster which basically has a old mechanic called Nemesis. There's a chance for it to like everything that drops from the monster will be 6-socketed. So now we just got a bunch of 6-socketed gear. Now there's no harm in throwing 1 or 2 things if this was like a armor energy shield chest. No harm in throwing 1 or 2, and maybe you get a 6-ing or a 5-link. That has happened to me a few league starts, but generally we are going to be vendoring these because we do get a lot of jewelers, and we are going to need a lot of these late game. See, do I need skill points for anything already? No, I have 2 side quests we're going to do. So we need to get, there's like a Ankh here. There's like an Ankh here you need to go, and then there's this side area in this zone where 𝗢𝗧𝗧𝗗𝗗 is trying to resurrect her dead husband, which nothing could go wrong there. We're gonna skip that quest. Again, we don't really need power. I just want to get to the end of this act, and then we're gonna explain a few things for the progress and stuff like that. We're gonna skip that because we already have enough power. We don't need that much. So 𝗢𝗧𝗧𝗗𝗗 would now be to the left, like down there, and the next progress is down the top right. Nothing ever goes wrong when necromancy is involved. True and based. Have the skill point there. Level up our haste. Now, it might be a little bit tricky with dexterity to keep your haste level up. It's not super important that it is super highly leveled up. Like, it's not something you're missing out a lot on. You're missing out 5 or 6 levels on your haste gem. So, make sure you can just fit your gear. Now, a cool little trick to know, like, how did I know that I have to go in here to progress? It's actually because of this corpse outside the door. It's actually showing you where you have to go. And if you, for some reason, was coming from the different direction, it shows you on this side too. You know that you're headed the right way. And there's the Gemling Legionnaires here that we kill. This is also a skill point quest. But yeah, follow the dead bodies. Show you where to go. Then you don't get lost in the zone. It can be quite a large zone without knowing about the dead bodies. Yeah, that shit's all good. Thank you. All right. You didn't know about the dead bodies and you played 3,000 hours? It's such a large game that there'll be like things that people with 20,000 hours don't know about that have been introduced lately, or patches and stuff. Is this SSF hardcore viable? Very. Very. We're gonna grab the waypoint in this zone, and then there's 2 bosses to kill, and then the act boss already. Can you skip the campaign in this game? Nope. I don't think you should be able to either, but it does get very, very fast. With endgame gear, some like pro players will do it in like an hour 30 to 2 hours with like good gear. And most veterans get it down to like sub 4 hours with gear. And a lot of things you only have to do once. For 90? Yeah, probably. I was late game mapping on this, so no, like not like lightning arrow fast, but pretty decent speed. You can do like this in maps. Quite fast. Pretty much this speed. Don't really want to go into discussions, 𝗢𝗓𝗧𝗗𝗗, in new player video. Alright, so right now we're coming up on the next boss, and that will give us one of the 2 things we need to progress to Act 9. And Act 9 has a really good farming zone. A few different good farming zones that we will stay in. There's a recipe up here. Oh. Here, grab the recipe. Here. Oh. Good. We're minion plus fire. Sell all of that. We just want loads of alteration shards, and we'll pick up the skill points. Now, poor 𝗢𝗧𝗧𝗗𝗗, we have her Ankh, but we're not going to go rescue her dead husband, which is kind of fucked up, but ain't nobody got time for that right now. It does give a skill point, though, so you do want to go rescue her dead husband. Right. We're going to go up here. This is one of the things I really want to explain, so I do need a few more points, actually. Yeah, should go. can respec if I need to show it. Alright. You see we have really good clear speed now. So, Divine Mana Flask. This is actually only the second best Mana Flask in the game. They're sort of, well, it's kind of tied best. There's different reasons to use Divine and Eternal. Eternal is kind of like more mana, but like a bit worse on charges. For Life Flask, however, Divine is always the best. Eternal is pretty much never used. It's only for overtime, and it's very, very short. So Divine is generally like always the most used, the Life Flask. Very rarely, well, you'll see, mostly only see new players use Eternal. It's always worse. Alright, now we have to run through this zone. Remember, we could already have a lot more damage because we could have another Ascendancy. We'll just leave it. We're just zooming right now to like show some stuff before we wrap this up. I just cleared 2 green gates without getting lost a single time. Thank you for the dead body stamp. You're welcome. So we have to go through here and back to Piety's Temple, 𝗢𝗨𝗧𝗗𝗗 Temple, and yeah, we are kill another boss there. Then we're gonna fight 𝗢𝗨𝗧𝗗𝗗 and Solaris. They used to be good friends, and the Delirium God turned them against each other. The phasing really works wonders. Phasing is huge. Like, one of the biggest fuck ups I see new players do is no phasing. It's so big. It used to be worse because you couldn't have it up 100% of the time as easily. We didn't have as much pack size and density. Now that it's permanent, it's extremely strong. Right, here we are again, 𝗢𝗨𝗧𝗗𝗗𝗏 Temple. Yeah, they're sisters. Didn't I say that? I said friends? Oh, I meant sisters. Said friends? Oh, but they used to be friends. They are still sisters. They used to be friendly with each other. Now they hate each other. Like I said, they used to be friends, but now they're enemies. That's what people are confused? Yeah, I got confused too now. Let's see. I get it. Good old family drama. I know, no Thanksgiving for them. I went the wrong way. Rip. Dewey lore. It is surprisingly good, but it is delivered pretty badly. So Path of Exile is basically a plethora of short stories, and they're just not given to you in a good way. There's just like a bunch of characters telling you different parts of the story, and like random pieces you find on the ground. But most people don't really get into much of the story, but they're very good. Kid and Cat Noodle is like a really good lore series on YouTube. Cover a lot of the lore. Another quartz flask. I have one. Alright. Time to die. Dusk. We're gonna grab his quest item. Now, in this zone, there is a few other things they would normally do as well. And here we got our first map, which is perfect. I can go into explaining a little bit of the end game. But there is another quest point in a side area here. And there's also another trial for your Merciless Ascendancy. Alright, we're gonna go back to Solaris Concourse. Yeah, Vash. We're not doing second live. No, we have so much power, and we're wrapping up pretty shortly anyway, so we don't need more. It's the same as the normal lab in terms of we're just gonna right click it to death. Here's a unique strongbox. It's pretty rare. I usually don't explain these because we never find them during everything explained. They're quite rare. They're also not particularly good. This one summons a bunch of ghosts. Oh no, this is the weapons one. So this will have a big chance of giving us a 6 link or a 5 link. But yeah, all of these items that drop from that are linked. That's why it's a high chance to drop that. All right, let's go kill the boss real quick and show that. Right. So you click on the statue and boom, you're now fighting them. And they're kind of fighting each other as well, as you can see. They're like, not very happy. Not very happy. Family drama. Now, generally, you want to move a lot on this fight. Standing still can get you killed very easily. I'll kind of demonstrate. So she has this move, very, very dangerous. And 𝗢𝗨𝗧𝗗𝗗 is that move. The one that like twists in. This is a super high death point for hardcore. Very, very easy to die here. So for the 𝗢𝗨𝗧𝗗𝗗 one, you just want to move right behind her. Sorry, for the 𝗢𝗨𝗧𝗗𝗗 one, you want to move right behind her. And for the 𝗢𝗨𝗧𝗗𝗗 one, you want to not stand still. But other than that, very, very easy fight. We have so much damage. Absolutely insane. Then there's a few things I want to explain here at the end. So now we're in Blood Aqueduct. This is a really, really great farming zone. And very often people will farm here all the way until level 70. That means that you're able to go straight into maps and just mow down everything. So super strong. And a lot of people like just doing that. And to do that, again, just like earlier, just hold control when you're doing that. There used to be a divination card here called Humility. They would farm for 𝗢𝗨𝗧𝗗𝗗𝗓, but that is such a long farm now because they've nerfed that quite a lot. Other than that, I do have another Everything Explained where I continue for an additional 3 or 4 hours, go into maps and explain like the base map stuff, and I have other videos covering that as well. But right now, the number one thing we would do would be to continue farming here to amass power. This build probably could go straight to maps as well, but I do usually end these videos here, and I'll do every other to maps or something. Either way, I hope you guys enjoyed the Everything Explained. There's a full build guide as well. Make sure you check that out. And I'll be playing something similar, but with raised zombies on Lee start. So, hope you guys enjoy the Everything Explained. Sub if you liked the video, but more importantly, try to die less than I do.